It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome, everybody. It is Wednesday, Trivium Day. And as these days are going to be changing over, this is the day where it stays the same, really, Trivium. I don't think these sort of days are ever going to change. Because I think there's going to be more days like this. And I know most people don't listen in on Trivium Day because they don't think it's as important as all of the others. Or maybe most of the people are hate watchers and they can't stand listening to Trivium Days. I don't know. I think these are the most instructive ones. I really like Trivium Day. So basically, today we're going to be going over a form of sophistry that's been developed by a group of people that have no argument. They can't come to terms with certain things. They really like definitions, just not the definitions that they don't like. And then they have the ability to change them. There's a lot of people that do tend to do that. And it's called like a form of sophistry because to the unexpecting person, maybe a new person to the arena or whatever, it could be perceived as confidence and knowledge when really there is no argument. There never has been an argument. They can't make an argument. In fact, they despise arguments so much that they can't even write an argument out. Even if they were to see an argument, they would despise it that much that they wouldn't be able to talk about it. That's the type of people that we're talking about. And over the next few days, well, whether you were aware, Monday we started off with could you call it a debate? Over at Blue Marble Science HQ with Blue Marble Science, the YouTube character, moderating it. It was supposed to be a debate, but as you heard or whatever, that there was no counter argument. There was no opposing position. Chaiki, the guy who I was meant to be debating, came with nothing. He had no argument. He had nothing but a misunderstanding of a definition for horizontal. And through that, he's claimed victory for the entire thing. Blue Marble supported him too. So that's Blue Marble Science, the YouTube. Not the entire body of science of the Blue Marble. Hard to get around that. But what we're going to go over is the tactics that the Blue Marble scientific team and the scientific community tend to use in replace of having an argument. Now, in normal science, the way I see it, science is the acquisition of knowledge. But a precursor to an experiment would be laying out an argument. And then you would explain the method that you were going to use to prove either one of your premises, to help use the logical system to be able to prove a result within the scientific method. Now, that particular science is not what we're talking about here with Blue Marble science. It's a completely different, it's a modern day science, not one of those old ones it's been developed on. All of those old sciences have been cast aside in favor of the new modern day science that the Blue Marble scientists use. And in conversation, what we have is an ability to understand each other, and that to be pushed forward through grammar and the use of how to string the words together to form sentences, obviously coherent sentences, to push a message and communicate between people. That's what I've been taught through people like Raven bringing us the Trivium, which is the night that we're doing. So thank you very much, Raven, for bringing that. I never really understood the use of English or grammar or anything until the Trivium introduced those sort of things. So thank you very much. And this is what I guess we've learned through conversation coming into this arena. Most of us, I think, have come into this arena, but or been drawn in. However, you ended up in listening to this. Maybe you've been into the actual arena, but perhaps you've dipped your toe into a Discord server, tried to have conversations about these particular topics. Doesn't matter what topic, but the moment you enter into verbal communication, dialectic, then you may not be aware of some of the tricks and tactics that are used to confuse people, or to magic, sort of, in a way, to trick people into believing that some people are more clever and more knowledgeable about certain subjects than maybe you are. Maybe you're the person that's these people are going to try and use these tactics on. There's a lot of that come to light just recently within a few conversations, but it starts off as soon as you enter any sort of conversation. So that's what we will be going over within these sort of nights from now on. And there'll be more and more of them, because these are the sort of things that we do actually talk about within the Discord and all of that sort of stuff. So I've got some screenshots of some very strange behavior that's occurring, and maybe because of this sort of stuff. But like I say, we're here, we're open for conversation, and strange things just keep happening. You get this. Right, so did we go over the Did we go over the P and P? We did, didn't we? We went over that with, what's he called? Spooky December last night. Sort of a sophistry, but trying to find the logic behind the sophistry. And tonight's going to be very similar sort of theme. But this was what they were trying to... let me get that moved over. Talking about... You guys see that? We were talking about the P and P equals P, is P, implies P, whatever, and the how it's different from the law of identity. But whatever seems to be one of these blue marble scientists, where it sort of changes in his mind or whatever. So he says, brush up on your axioms of algebra. I don't know why the axioms of algebra are any different. He says, there is no proof for S squared because this represents S times S, which is the multiplicative axiom. I don't know what that means, but maybe whatever does. Maybe it means anything to somebody else. It's just one of those random things. It sounds like a non sequitur, but you just have to treat it as such. And then he says, SE, Montreal, A equals B is part of the symmetric axiom. And then he shows some axioms. But they're really... he's got one of them called a reflexive axiom. And that one says, things equal is the same thing. Things equal to the same thing are equal to each other, which sounds like axiom 1. But he just calls it something different. I mean, these are axioms. They don't really change. And then the symmetric axiom says things equal to the same thing are equal to each other. Sounds like the same one. It follows Euclid's common notion 1. Things equal to the same thing are equal to another. Transitive axiom, if A equals B and B equals C. They're all the stuff that we have been over, so I'm not too sure what he's trying to get at. And then Starkodder, who's always in here now. He's constantly in here. If you know who Starkodder is, or you've ever heard of Starkodder, let us know, because Starkodder seems as though he's some sort of a genius. And we were talking about the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction. And he said he wants to know what the P is in the statement. Not bracket P and not P. He wants to know what the P is. Even though I've already told him that the P is the same P as in the law of identity. The P will be always the P. Whatever it is, it's the subject, the matter that you can't contradict. But that's Starkodder. I mean, he's irrelevant to this tonight in particular. And then... Now, I'll not go too much into this one. But we've got out there. Is Wally out there? He'll probably come running now we've mentioned his name. Let me get this. Right now. You see that? While he's talking about his latest meme. Now, I don't know if I put it out as a community thing, if anybody can make any sense out of what it is that he's talking. And strangely enough, nobody can. Not one of the Blue Marble scientists have ever been able to help us out as to what Wally's talking about with his meme. You can look at him like community posts if you don't know which one I'm talking about. It's an absolutely ridiculous thing that has literally zero sense around it. It's got no logic. It doesn't. You can't even understand what he's even implying in it. It's crazy. So Wally says, this is Wally. He says, "You like it, Bev? It's a paradox, isn't it?" His meme. He thinks his meme is a paradox. Horizontal is straight and parallel to the water, you say, and yet just 600 kilometers further in that sand straight line is a rocket that's 23 kilometers above the water. How does that work, Bev? Curvature is the answer you need, says Wally.
He needs, not you.
Well, I said, I'm not sure what you just said, Wally, but I'm sure you just wrote it. So I'll give you a point for effort. Because I can't understand what he even means by it. It's a ridiculous meme that no one has been able to explain even a semblance of what he thinks he's talking about. And even when Wally tries to explain it, doesn't make any sense. So I say I'll give him a point for effort, and then he comes back with try thinking about it, relax, let the SCV slide away, and think. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, what's SCV?
It's not even worth asking, is it really? Because then, like, you get into a conversation about what? I don't know. So, he says, now water is level, you say. I can't disagree. That point on the horizon, where the water and sky meet, the point. The true horizon, you say, question mark. Can't disagree. I don't say the point. But, okay. He says, now, how can there be a point 600 kilometers away from the beach that is going along the same straight line to the true horizon? Brackets. Well, at one point in time anyway. Bracket. Close bracket. And that point, the rocket is 95 seconds in flight and 23,000 meters above sea level. 3 points. 2 lie on your horizontal plane, and the third one is coplanar with the other 2, and yet is not at the water level. It is 23,000 meters above that level that the water will always establish. I can't wait to see how you recover from this, Bev.
Recover from nonsense.
I don't, yeah. I mean, that's about as much effort as you need to go, right? We were talking about this morning with Spot On. Like, are you meant to think that you're not quite clever enough to comprehend this, or do you just like go, well, that's nonsense? It's not even worth any more time being spent on that. Absolute, utter gibberish. Meaningless drivel. So that's Wally and his attempts. Because he does want us to go over a video he's made. But, I mean, it'll probably make as much sense as this. So what's the point in doing that? Anybody can go and watch a load of nonsense. If you want to go and watch a Where's Wally video, well, it'd be up to you. I can't say don't. But, I mean, if you do, don't come back and tell us that it was a load of rubbish and you didn't understand what it was, because that's all Where's Wally ever does. It's crazy. He's a blue marble scientist. Where's Wally? He's one of the top ones, I think. Right, so... And then, over at Blue Marble Science channel. Can you get it all on screen? Yeah. Blue Marble with Science was talking about a picture of a guy with a picture through an auto level, looking at a guy in the distance with the measuring rod, right? And he said, what would you do if there was two measuring rods in the eyesight, you know, in the scope? And I said about George and his double rodding, his RBD face. So I said, totally serious, double rodding was part of George's final work for the Blue Marble Science community. RBD should be praised by you guys. And Blue Marble Science, which is this did shock me. Blue Marble Science says, God damn it, Bev. He actually wrote, God damn it. God damn it, Bev. Nobody has a clue what RBD face is. Now, that's definitely a lie. I know everybody around here knows what RBD face is. It's George's final work for the Blue Marble Science community. And he says, please define it or stop using the term. There's a video, I know. Blue doesn't even know about RBD face. I can't believe that George didn't tell him, right? But, I mean, listen to this. It gets a little bit stranger. He says, but define it or stop using the term. So, he needs RBD face defining. So, I think we're going to go do a George Nuts that week. Best I can tell, it's just something you clowns use in your internal jerk-off sessions. He always gets a little bit sexual, Blue. I don't know why he gets excited. Blue Marble Science. I don't know what goes on in the internal workings of the Blue Marble Science community and what initiation ceremonies they have or anything like that. And then that bit at the bottom there, I'm not reading that off, but I mean, that's Blue Marble Science. Talking about, well, you know, because he got upset about me talking about George and his RBD face, double rodding, differential leveling on the globe, totally globe. It goes on a little bit more. So here we go. I was trying to explain RBD face to him. Says Blue Marble Science said, looks like he was just taking the piss out of you guys. This is Blue Marble Science talking about George and RBD face. Blue Marble Science thinks George was taking the piss out of us. I mean, that's not very nice. So I say he was trying to solve the Blue Marble paradox for you guys. And you think it was a joke. You sully his legacy. Shame on you. I thought you were his friends here. Because I did. George put a lot of effort into RBD face. He struggled for weeks trying to do that. And there's nobody else to better him. They've not got any other... anybody else who's ever tried or attempted the Blue Marble induced geometric paradox. There is just anybody. There isn't anybody to do it.
Could I just say, I remember the day. I remember the day he came
Yeah.
with that. And it wasn't, Tommy, I didn't see it as taking the piss because he had graphics, like multiple graphics, and walked step by step through this whole process.
Yeah, he didn't laugh once, did he? He was very serious.
We had to do the kid gloves where if you triggered George, you were out, and like he spent quite a bit of time going through that. Had prepared graphics, multiple graphics. Yeah.
And Blue Marble thinks it's a joke. I think that's bad, that. Right? And then Blue Marble Science says to me, "Don't go there, Bev. He isn't here to defend himself. You need to keep your mouth shut about George." But I was the one saying that he was helping them, right? George did everything he could for the Blue Marble Science community. And Blue Marble's saying that I should keep my mouth shut about him. What happens next is a little bit strange. Oh, and here's Louis. I'm not the one sullying his memories. You guys are. I've seen this enough times. Someone's trying to get banned to complain about it later. That's Louis said that. I don't know what he's talking about. I was trying to get banned because I was sticking up for George and his last work. And then Blue Marble Science says that's the childish game they play. I don't know what he's talking about. It gets stranger and stranger. Nerd alert. Off with your vile posthumous defamation of George and now this hypocrisy. This is over at the Blue Marble Science community. I'm talking about George's legacy of what he left for them. And then Quantum Chicken, who is obviously one of the most well-known of the Blue Marble scientists, he says, "I wonder how Bev would like it if people started taking the piss out of his dead relatives." Blue Marble Science community. Quantum Chicken. And these are the sort of comments that Blue Marble Science likes in his Discord channel. So if you want to know about Blue Marble Science, you're about to learn a lesson of the this is how the Blue Marble Science community reacts to people talking about George and RBD face. Serious as anything. When George came round here, and Blue Marble Science says he was just taking the piss out of us. Well, that's one of the most elaborate jokes I've ever heard of. And for Blue Marble Science to say that, he's the one that's doing this to George, not us. And I mean, like, this has been going on for most of the day, and this isn't the only thing. We have multiple ones of these going on. It started off even weirder than this. Sarkoda says, looks like Nerd Alert is trying to describe Bev's personality. Nerd Alert certainly does, but I think the new disallowed word is just the name of a good friend of Blue and this channel. Blue Marble, what disallowed word could have possibly occurred? This is Blue Marble Science. Despite repeated quests for a link, you refuse to give it, Bev. His name is now banned in this server. To be sure, you can't use it again. It's going to unfortunately catch others as well, but so be it. As long as a piece of S like you can't use it. So Blue Marble banned the name George. So I couldn't use George's name about talking about double rodding and RBD face. George's legacy. I consider it George's legacy. I think that's the one that George will be remembered by me personally. It seems like Blue Marble isn't aware of it. So, Nerd Alert said, who sadly passed away is, yes, George, God rest his soul. Louis says, holy cow, I didn't know about that bot. Where's the list? I didn't want to see a potentially long message being deleted because I accidentally triggered it. So Louis is upset now about a bot and writing somebody's name. Keep it on the block list then, says Starcodder. Let's put George's name on the block list. George. Despite repeated questions, I have it from a reliable source. He can't say anything for 24 hours anyway, or until somebody else pushes a certain button. Mr. 42? I got timed out for 24 hours.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. And then Blue Marble says, I banned his name to stop the arseholes from using it. That's Blue Marble Science banning the name George on his Discord server. George is not, I mean, everybody all right? George isn't banned here. You can use the name George as much as you want. Don't worry about it. We're not like the Blue Marble Scientists. We don't have people's names banned. Particularly George. And I know it's going to upset Blue Marble Science, me using the name George, because Blue Marble Science is... and also we have this thing here. So I hope Blue... here we go. I hope Blue, we're not going to be getting this sort of treatment from Blue. But this was another one. It says, maybe you could comment on the parallel horizontal water levels in locks. That's what Mike asked Blue over in his Discord channel. And Blue Marble Science's reply was, I can, Mike, but right now I have to go meet a couple of army buddies so that we can lament our inability as civilians to deal with little a-holes that are peeing us off the way we used to. So I hope Blue Marble's not going to take that attitude for us using the name George over here, because he's told us not to use George. He did tell Mobius not to say anything earlier, and Mobius asked not to say what, and he got banned. So Mobius has been banned by Blue Marble Science. So he's a bit touchy at the minute. I don't know what's going on. I hope he's okay, and I hope he has a good night out with his army buddies, lamenting like they do, like they used to. I don't know what they used to do when they were out in the army with the little a-holes that were peeing them off. But I don't know. Maybe it's an army thing. Maybe it's just an army slang for going and having a drink down at the pub or something. I don't know. I'm not into that sort of stuff. Or, you know, I'm not American. And I haven't never been in the army. And I've never really lamented about my buddies, about little a-holes. I don't know. I don't tend to talk like that anyway, so obviously Blue Marble Science. Let me have a look at some more of these things. Does everyone think about that? Did you ever imagine that the Blue Marble Science would ban George's name on his server? I thought they were friends.
I don't know if it is more strange or more bad. So, I don't know. Awkward.
Yeah, have you heard of this chat AI bot? The one that a lot of people are talking about. You're asking.
Most state-of-the-art AI
Yeah.
available.
Have you guys heard of that?
I am not sure. Maybe not.
Supercomputer AI, yeah.
Yeah, you just type it questions and it answers you. It
Yep,
can
it
write
answers you.
songs, it can write books,
Poems.
it can do anything in any style. Like it's amazing. It seems like Chaiki's got a hold of it. And he says Chat GPT is no smarter than Bev. No capital on the Bev, and obviously smarter wrote wrongly. But I mean, his first language isn't English. And then he posts this over at Blue Marble Science. This is Chaiki. So he's asked this thing about horizontal and vertical, and then ChatGPT apologizes for the additional information. Here is the definition for horizontal and vertical. It must have given him too much information last time, and he must have said, I don't want all of that flim flam, just give me the facts. So it's apologized to him for the additional information. And here's the definition for horizontal and vertical. It says, horizontal, a line or plane that is parallel to the horizon or level ground. Vertical, a line or plane that is perpendicular to the horizon or to level ground.
Whoa.
That's Chaiki. I mean,
That's interesting.
it's pretty similar to the definition that I was trying to give Chaiki that he wouldn't accept.
I was just gonna say. And then you have a computer telling Chaiki the same thing you did?
Yeah, and he says it's no smarter.
That's a compliment, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. The Chat GPT bot is no smarter than me. The new supercomputer.
That's a good compliment.
So thank you very much, Chaiki. It had the same. I'm pretty sure that everybody would have given that sort of answer anyway. It's not like that it's specific to me.
Yeah, pretty easy, I think.
Yeah.
For most people.
I guess you could say that, right? That's the common definition, the one that Chaiki seemed to not be able to understand. So make of that what you will. It is Chaiki. I don't know what most of these stuff is. Oh, this is a comment that he was talking. Shout out, Buster. This one says, Nerd Alert says, that's not fair. Blue should have moderated better. This is on the debate that supposedly we had. And even Nerd Alert is telling Blue Marble that he should have moderated better. He was a shit mod. He'd never made Chaiki present an argument at all. I don't even know what Chaiki's point was. Blue didn't give an introduction. Blue didn't do anything. He didn't do any modding. He jumped in when he wasn't needed to. But we can go over that, some other points. Blue Marble Science's reply was, you're right. I should have moderated better. I should have banned him from the server for playing that effed up music video. And if you want to see that effed up music video, I did put it out earlier today, so you can go and watch it. Model Affliction Blues by world's famous Buster. Please go and watch it. Buster has said he was going to do a modern updated version of it. So if you like it, get ready, Blue. You're getting a special one made. That fucked up music video, as Blue Marble says. Otherwise known as Model Affliction Blues by world's famous Buster. So, do you reckon we could get Blue to do a promotional video for it? We might be able to do that. Get a little clip. He didn't give me chance. We was meant to have a 10-minute introduction, and Blue only gave me 5 minutes of Buster's song. I had another 5 minutes. I was going to go and do it. That was just a warm-up to get him in the mood for it, but Blue got really upset. And he was only the moderator. Imagine. He's a bit sensitive.
Don't you think he'd be a little offended by some of the lyrics in that song, though?
What, the perpendicularity is a problem to you? When we're having a debate about perpendicularity? I mean, like, he may do, but that's the reason I put it on there, because the words in the song.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They don't like that we purposely have, well, not we, Buster purposely has lyrics that offend them. I think it's great.
Here's another one. This is Chaiki. Again, he's talking to ChatGPT. And he says, this ChatGPT is a sneaky deceiver. If Bev only tried that hard. So he's asked it again. A question on whatever, right? And this is ChatGPT. Says, define a vertical line perpendicular to the ground and a horizontal line as a line parallel to the ground. Again, he's defined it. Draw an arbitrary horizontal line to represent the ground. Draw a plumb bob line that intersects the ground at a single point. Draw a circle with a centre at the intersection of the point of the plumb bob line and the horizontal line, and with a radius equal to the length of the plumb bob line. Observe that the plumb bob line is a radius of the circle, and therefore it is perpendicular to any tangent to the circle at the point of intersection. Very clever, ChatGPT. Draw a tangent to the circle at the point of intersection. Since the plumb bob line is perpendicular to the tangent line, and the tangent line is perpendicular to the ground, by definition of a tangent line as being perpendicular to the radius at the point of tangency, it follows that the plumb bob line is perpendicular to the ground. ChatGPT. I know what's gone on there because I've seen how people use ChatGPT, and what he's done there, GPT, right? What he's done is he's put in some qualifiers, one of them being a radius and a circle and a plumb bob, and he's tried to get ChatGPT to have vertical as a radius. It's not quite playing the game with him, but good try, Shaiki. Well done. Trying to get ChatGPT to be a sophist. It's trying to teach
Blue marble
sophistry.
scientist.
Ask it, Chaiki, if you're listening. Ask it if the Earth is a globe. I think you'll get a much more satisfying answer from it.
Tis globe. Ask it to write you a song about Tis globe.
Yeah.
That'd probably be much better.
Just don't ask it about reality, because you'll get upset. Clearly, you have already.
He's trying to get ChatGPT to solve the blue marble induced geometric paradox, and it's going to be interesting to see how far Chaiki wants to take this, because this is going to be interesting.
But this is fallacious. First statement is fallacious because horizontal line as a line parallel to the ground. It means that the ground has to be straight line.
Yeah.
And so because otherwise a vertical couldn't be perpendicular to the ground, because he's saying that vertical is perpendicular to the ground. But then in process, he is saying that this is tangent.
Yeah.
So it cannot be, because horizontal line cannot be tangent to the ground to which is already parallel.
Unless Chaiki has put tangent and radius as a parameter that needs to be included by the bot, it wouldn't put it in there. So he has to have put that in as a qualifier. He's trying to get ChatGPT to use the words that he wants to be used to come up with a proof. That's the only reason that those are in there. Chaiki's trying to teach sophistry to an AI chatbot. He's trying to get him to solve a paradox that he's made up himself. The chatbot isn't even aware of the paradox. It doesn't even know. The only paradox is the words that he's adding in that he wants the chatbot to deal with. It's going to be great.
It's quite obvious that he has given the chatbot certain perimeters that he wants it to involve within these steps here. Like the word ground, for example, which is completely arbitrary in the sense of horizontal, vertical, and perpendicularity. So obviously that's on Chaiki. He's done that. And he, notice how he's conveniently not included his own question to the chatbot. That's not in the picture. I wonder why.
Yeah. It says, observe that the plumb bob is a radius of the circle. Therefore, it is perpendicular to any tangent to the circle at the point of intersection. The chatbot knows what he's trying to do. It's just going, no. No, we can make the plumb bob a radius of a circle, but we have to construct it around these two lines at the beginning.
Oh, this is hilarious. I was talking about this earlier, right? The best you could do is put the center of the circle at the intersection point.
Isn't it great? Freaking awesome.
It is.
And by the way, observe means this is phenomenon, and phenomenon is not conclusion. So this is just nonsense.
Yeah, because Chaiki's led up to this. You talk to this bot through a series of questions to see how far you can get the conversation to go before you shut the thing down. And it goes like, no more, can't handle it anymore. So I'm curious to see how well the Blue Marble scientists can interact with this thing before they get upset with it and say it's rubbish. It doesn't work. Which I think there are... Obviously, BuzzFeed wants to use this bot for writing stories about local events and current events. Instead of reporters, it wants to do away with reporters. So there's some people that think this is fantastic. Wally, Chaiki seems to think it's a sneaky deceiver. And it makes fallacious proofs.
Wasn't there a statement from Bebby about how notorious chatbot is for being like bullshit or wrong or something like that?
I think Betty was talking about something about P is P as being a fallacious statement. I don't know whether I got that saved or not. I think I might do. But the law of identity was raging on this morning. don't need to do any more of the blue marble science and all of that sort of stuff. So, right, we're going to get into sophistry and how people avoid answers or avoid, I don't know, avoid conversation, avoid having to think about certain things. Now, we have what we call ECV. We use it. ECV means existential cognitive veiling, and it's that point when you come into a conversation where people purposely seem to avoid following that route of conversation. Wherever you're trying to take people on a story or whatever, you take them on a path to I say prove a point, but just to take them on a journey to show them where you're going. You've got a beginning point and an end point. ECV is the way that you can get around getting to that next step. I call it the bridge of fools, where you can't get somebody over the bridge. They get stuck. They can't find a way to cross that particular bridge. And whether that be a mental bridge or whatever, within a conversation, within an argument, within a reasoning process. Sort of similar to what we do. I have to keep going back to it. But the Chaiki debate over the blue marble science debate that we had over a thingy with Chaiki, where he couldn't get to the next step of the proof of perpendicularity because he couldn't understand the definition of the horizontal. That sort of way of not being able to see the path that you're going on. We call that ECV. And I think it comes around when something becomes so real that people stop being able to see the outcome, the reasoning process, the logical outcome of something. Something stops them from being able to see it. So, just got me sick. There we go. Right, so this is a conversation that we had. Now, I don't know if anybody's been round to the website. We don't push the website that much. Probably should do a bit more. But on the website, we have a thing that is the 12 steps to T-shirt logic, we call it. And it is just a series of steps that you can start anybody at and take them along so you both know these are sort of geometric terms, but relating to reality. These guys may get upset about it, and I don't know whether it might lead us on to actually going over these things, because what we're talking about here is something that we've already proved within these 12 steps. The perpendicularity has already been gone through. There's no way that Chaiki would have allowed us to get there because ECV stopped us. And this is a video that we're going to be pretty much doing the same sort of thing. What's this here? ChatGPT had one false statement. Yeah, okie dokie. It is an AI bot, and it works on the parameters that you give it. Chaiki's never been honest about that at all. Right? I called this video Louis takes on the right line cognitive dissonance test. And you may hear us talking about cognitive dissonance. See if you can spot any sophistry and where it all occurs. when we're going through this. And like I say, sorry to put people through all of this, but we go through these conversations so you don't have to. And this is hopefully how we explain where the sophistry lies within these conversations.
3 coplanar points, and bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
On the level.
The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth. It really is.
Level.
It really is.
Level.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Right, Louis?
What's that?
The start of this is right, 7 facts that we have to get established first. These called the we call them the axioms of right line geometry, right?
Okay.
But the step 1 is to make you aware. Right now, this is on the if you're watching the live stream or the stream that I'm doing through Discord, is this is the website. This is our website on the level. And
Hell yeah.
This is the reality/model test type thing. Right, okay. So the first bit is cognitive dissonance. You've heard of it.
Oh yeah.
Right. Cognitive dissonance is a mental conflict that occurs when beliefs or assumptions are contradicted by new information. Right? The unease or tension. Go on.
Yeah.
You want me to finish, right? Reading it first.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Right.
The unease or tension that the conflict arouses in people is relieved by one of several defensive maneuvers. Right? They reject, explain away, or avoid the new information, persuade themselves that no conflict really exists, or reconcile the differences, which is a strange one, or they resort to any other defensive means of preserving stability or order, right?
Right.
Or they order their conceptions of the world and themselves. So you've got to, they preserve what they already know, right, within cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. I was going to say, I don't think it has to be new information. It just has to be information that you were not thinking about in the previous moment.
Absolutely, right? It's information that was there, and then some information causes you to have a conflict of what was already known, and that conflicts with normally the new information, but I mean it could be a realization of that information that you already know. Right, and it was this concept was developed in the 1950s, so it's not new. Well, it is pretty new.
I'm not totally on board with how psychology draws lines in the sand and defines things, but this is fine.
Yeah, but you do understand that there is right. There's a mental process that goes on within all of us have it that we're not really aware of, right?
Yeah. I would say you can gain more awareness of how of your internal environment, but a lot of it is, most of the time, it goes on without us thinking about it.
Yeah, you not very often are we by ourselves. We are ruled by this cognitive dissonance. It's a mental conflict, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that's necessarily true. I would say your beliefs will change how you perceive and interpret information in the world, and as a result, your beliefs can control you. They can control what you think of what you're seeing, and by knowing that, and by consciously identifying your beliefs, you can take the energy out of them, and that can allow you to have a more neutral perception of reality.
Cool. So what do you think of that? Seems to be a good conversation, right?
Definitely.
Being able to talk about cognitive dissonance like that. Opening up, people aware of it, people talking about it. Jen Panda's in the chat thinking it's a projection. I don't know what he's talking about. We were just
Well,
talking about
projection is something else.
Yeah. But that's a good start, right? We've got to talk about cognitive dissonance. Why is it there? Well, it's obvious because we put it there at the beginning to make people aware that cognitive dissonance is a thing that occurs and the different effects that can occur when you realize that it may be going on. We call it ECV. One of the effects of this cognitive dissonance is ECV, I think, or a remedy, perhaps. We're going to start the thing now, and then this is the early one. There's only 7 points in this one. It sounds like you've got a good grasp of that mental idea, right? It's because a lot of this stuff is psychological, right? You know, like what you believe versus what you know or what you can prove, right? The reality versus belief.
One thing that a criticism I have of modern psychology is that they have tried to categorize people into personality types, and I don't like that. I think it's more useful to talk about people in terms of what they believe. I think that's a much better way to analyze someone's psychology. And so, yeah, I think analyzing things in terms of beliefs is sort of at odds with how psychology is doing things right now.
Okay.
I think the 2 points of view are at odds with each other.
Right. Well, I wouldn't. We're not debating the psychology of anything, right? All of that says is that cognitive dissonance occurs, and there's a multitude of different ways, right? Each individual, rather than groupthink, right? Each individual have a different reaction to this sort of cognitive dissonance when it occurs, right? I think that's what it was trying to say, that you never really know how somebody's going to take this. I mean,
right?
Yeah,
and So if you encounter information that is at odds with one of your strongly held beliefs, then that belief is going to cause you to try and hang on to that belief.
I imagine so, yeah. That's why I said the reconcile part of it is,
right.
I don't know, you have to be, in my mind, you have to be a very special, or you have to have gone through a few different processes for you to be able to reconcile something like that instantly, right, without cognitive dis.
Yeah. I would say it's impossible.
Well, I don't know. Within psychology, it's people's minds. I don't think you could ever use the state impossible. That's when you're talking about somebody's mental state. I mean, there's all sorts, isn't there? How could you account for anything like that?
For somebody to not experience any conflict at all, they would either have to have no commitment to any of their beliefs, or their mind would have to just work entirely differently.
Open.
Yeah.
Which, as a general rule, doesn't ever happen.
Really?
Well,
yeah.
I think some people may think differently. I mean, for you to think that it doesn't ever happen must mean that you've already closed it off. Because that's what I find that people imagine other people to be just like them. So, but where is it?
No. Yeah, sorry. No, not everybody. People are certainly different.
So there could be a chance that somebody could be like that, what you just said, but we don't know, right?
I've never met someone. I've never met anyone like that, even close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, let's go. You ready now then? Now that you're aware of that.
Yeah.
And how grave it can be. We don't want to be making any pandas or anything like that. People, crazed lunatics. Super trolls.
He's not that bad.
Triggered troll. Yeah, but some people do get triggered, don't they?
I think he plays a character.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sometimes he gets mad, but I mean, you get mad too. So I mean, it's not. I don't know. We don't need to talk about that right now.
Okay. Right. Here we go then. Step 1. A straight line is a right line with zero curvature, right? I'll read the definition that we've got here. A right line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points, that is, without curvature in any direction, being the shortest path between those 2 points, never deviating from that path.
Okay, so why did you call it a right line? Because that definition is just a line. That's just a line.
A right line is a straight line.
Any line is a straight line.
Any
a
curved
curved
line?
line isn't a straight line.
A curved line is not a line.
Yes, it is. A curved line is a curved line.
No,
a straight line is a straight line, and a right line is also a straight line. Because a right line, right, has to be two right lines at perpendicular, right? So in order to form a right angle, that's why it's called the right line, because it being a straight line has a perpendicular that forms a right angle. There's no way you can have a curved line to form a right angle. That's why we use right line, because it turns it into the reality of a right line making a right angle.
A curved line could form a right angle with another line.
A right angle?
Yes.
No, that's impossible. You'd have to use a straight line next to that curve to try to measure an angle, but you can't do anything with that curve.
Sure you can. You just look at the intersection.
But, like, forget about the angles right now, right? We're just talking about a straight line. What do you think about the definition?
The definition you gave is just a definition of a line.
A straight line.
There are no unstraight lines. They're not lines if they're not.
What do you call a curved line?
You call it an arc.
You want to call it an arc? But that's in relation to a circle, right?
Right. So anytime we ever hear you saying line, or you don't need to say straight line, do you? Anytime you say straight line or line, you mean straight line.
Well, I would just mean a line.
Does line mean straight?
Yes.
Right.
An arc means curved.
Exactly.
Okay. Right. So so here we are going already with the slightly, I don't know what you call this. I call this a precursor to sophistry. He's setting it up for later on. That the definition of a line now means straight. So when you say curved line, you're saying curved straight. In what Louis just said to us, the definition. I mean, everybody knows within mathematics, if you say line, you're talking about a straight line. But that doesn't mean that a curved line is a straight. A curved line is a curved line.
Maybe I'm ignorant to this question, but is that a thing where people use the word arc instead of curved line? I've always known it as a curved line being just a curved line.
Mm-hmm.
It is a line. It's got 2 points. And if there is if it's not perfectly straight, then it must be curved.
Yeah, if you say line on its own, then obviously people are going to get confused, because within mathematics, a line is straight. But because this is a definition and it's the beginning of advanced simplicity, it does make sense to call it a straight line. To define it as well as we can. A straight line, a right line, zero curvature, the shortest path between 2 points. So, I defined it as many ways as I could in order to make it extremely clear that it's a straight line. And what does he have a problem with? The fact that he doesn't think it needs to be called a straight line.
I would say that this is convention because, for example, in my language, officially in mathematics, it is said straight, not line, just straight. And for curved line, just curve. So there is straight and there is curve. And all know what it means.
Yeah.
That straight is straight line and curve is curved line. So I would say that this is in English, maybe specifically, but it doesn't exclude curved lines, because if someone is saying line because all know that this is straight line, this is just convention.
Yeah, but what he's saying is you can't say curved line because line is straight, which doesn't make any sense. It's the
Yes.
straight and the curve that are the actual meaning within mathematics. The fact that line is a thing that is being talked about as either being straight or curved. It's a sophistry, right? What he's doing here is supposed mathematical technical stuff, but it's just confusing the issue, isn't it?
He's trying to make this disjunctive statement. So line being straight line, this is convention, and this convention, according to him, excludes curved lines from existence. But this is this junction for me it is faulty. You cannot do that logically. It doesn't follow that this is true. But he is doing that, yes, and this is part of sophistry, yes.
Again, straight line, always one of the hardest things to get a conversation about somebody. It always gets them at the beginning. I think this is one of the ways that you can expose a sophist, a blue marble sophist. Nobody else would have a reason to have a problem with a straight line. The only people that I've ever had problems with straight lines is these blue marble guys. And again, this is one of those things. They're a group on their own. Now on, when we say straight line or right line, we definitely don't mean a curved line. You understand that?
Or an arc.
And you don't mean that either, do you?
No, and I
From now on,
wouldn't
anytime you're ever going to talk about a curved line, you will specifically call it an arc or a curved line, won't you?
No, not necessarily, because I don't always speak in technical jargon.
Right, so we're talking about from going forward. This is the beginning, from first principles. A straight line. Are we of the understanding that when we use the term straight line, we are meaning a right line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points, that is, without curvature in any direction, being the shortest path between those 2 points, never deviating from that path. Right?
Yeah,
And also, let me finish.
Yeah.
This is not a concept, but a fact of reality and basic logic.
Everything you just said seems pretty redundant and unnecessary, but I understand.
It's his
what
first
you're saying.
principles, Louis. This is not sort of, we're not putting it here because it's redundant. This is first principles for us to get established from first principles.
Yeah.
Well,
Semantic-
This is going to take a little bit longer than you think initially, Louis, because we're getting stuck on the
that's
meaning of a straight line. I mean, it's okay.
That's
I quite
fine.
like the idea of hashing out.
So an example of how it's redundant is you could redefine this and just say a line is the shortest distance between 2 points. And that you wouldn't have to say anything else. Everything that you have here is covered by that.
Yeah, that's why I've been so thorough to make it extremely certain that nobody can come along later and say, well, you just said line. I thought you meant curved line. So that's just why we say specifically straight, right
Very
lines.
unique for each individual.
Is it okay to have a debate with ambiguous meanings and terms?
Well, if your whole point is to create these well-defined terms to avoid confusion, then yeah, it is important.
Cool.
Okay.
So would you agree to it then?
I mean, it's just an overly complicated definition, but yeah, I agree with it. Yeah.
It was an overly complicated definition of a straight line. To Louis. Blue Marble Scientist. But we agree. We finally agree. We've got past the straight line. Okay. Well,
We
can go further into straight lines if you want.
Well, because you can have a line.
We've got a whole page here.
If you have a straight line, you need a word for a line that isn't straight.
Well, it's just not a line, right?
But saying something isn't something is not saying what that something is. And this is why the definitions are the way they are. So if you say, oh, well, it's not horizontal, they'd be like, well, what is it? I think, well, it's not horizontal, right? So when you just say what it isn't, that's where you get into the confusion. That's why you're trying
if you have a continuous two-dimensional object that is not a line, it's either
it's
an
a
arc
plane.
or a combination.
It's Louis, stop. It's a plane.
I was almost done.
Two dimension is a plane.
No, two dimension is a line.
No.
One dimension is a point. Two dimensions is a line.
Louis.
3 dimensions is a
please.
plane.
Do you hear that?
That was very strange.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because, of course, point has no parts. It means that you cannot measure. So it cannot be measurement. And dimension literally means measurement. So you have no means to measure point. First measurement you can make is length.
Yeah.
So it has no length. So how can you measure point? You cannot. So it cannot be dimension.
But this is we're talking. Don't forget, we're just going over the definition of a straight line, and Louis just told us he thinks it's actually 2D. And who's the authority here? I mean, what do we know about this? We're just trying to get through first principles of understanding what a straight line is. Did you want to say something, Kev?
No, I was just gonna say the same thing you were just talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Please. A point is
you're right. You're right. My mistake. You're right.
Okay, so a point is that of which has no parts,
right.
Nothing. A line is one-dimensional, and a plane is two-dimensional.
So if you have a single one-dimensional segment that just
this is meant
on,
to be.
But it's not a line.
This is meant to be a presentation.
Hang on.
Okay. Go on.
Line, it can only be an arc or an arc and combination of line segments or a combination of lines. It's not all there. Like that's what it would be. There are no other combinations of things it could be.
Okay. Do we need to carry on? Because I've got more. Do you want more for a straight line?
No, I'm fine. I'm just sharing with you my point of view about what I'm seeing.
Are you is he roboting for everyone or?
No, he's fine for me.
Oh. Okay. It says in this, Louis, it says the statements we prove are called theorems, but it's not possible to prove every statement. If we had to, there would be no end. Rather, to prove or explain anything is to do so in terms of something simpler. something that we must acknowledge and accept, they are called postulates or axioms. Similarly, it is not possible to give a verbal definition of every word, because we must already understand the words in which a definition is framed. Right. An example from arithmetic is the impossibility of defining 1. Try it, it says, but don't try it just yet. That does not mean you don't understand the word 1, right? An example from geometry is a definition of a straight line. This is basic logic, right? Is there something we know better or is more fundamental on which a definition could be based? So you have to have a definition of the word straight. You have to. Otherwise, you can't really define anything, can you?
I mean, you could have concepts of a whole lot of other things besides straight and still be able to define.
We are just talking about straight, right? Okay, I'll give you an example. A plumb bob. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right, now what is that? Is that a straight line?
Yeah, pretty
right,
good.
Like a straight line, straight line.
Yep.
No curve.
It's a line.
In any direction.
Yeah.
Okay, now how would you define a circle? How would you describe a circle?
A circle is points that are equidistant from a center. All points equidistant from a center.
A point is that of which has no parts.
Sure. I mean, but now you're just defining out of existence, you know, whatever the circle is.
Well, I'd say in order to describe a circle, you would need a radius, a center point, and the distance from that center.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Right, now is a radius a straight line?
Yes.
Any curvature?
No.
Okay. So we do know what a straight line is, right? So going forwards from here, we know the definition of a straight line, and a straight line has no curvature.
You know, it's just so the tone of voice you have saying all this stuff is.
Well, I'm sorry.
It's off-putting.
I'm sorry, I don't have it. I don't have another voice. Again, sophistry. Did anybody hear a tone of voice that upset anybody there?
I understand him. This is when you are coming to inevitable conclusion, and you are just saying that with some kind of satisfaction. It is natural for normal people. When you are telling the truth, you may express some kind of satisfaction from that, and this is painful for some people.
I don't know why. Voice.
Yes, because maybe he is hearing something in your voice. I'm not, but maybe he is hearing this triumphant tune or whatever. I don't know.
But yeah, well, I instinctively, I think I hear it in other people whenever I'm hearing them. You hear somebody talking and you know that they're talking about something so simple that it just rings true. Right? It is, you can tell that you're having to agree with the person. No matter what they say, the way they say it doesn't really make any difference. But you know that you're agreeing with them. Maybe he means that. I don't know. Louis will have to explain it a bit more. But I think that could be, you know, it's what I would say is there's something that you instinctively know to be true. And that may be because it's so simple that you're rationalizing it yourself and you already know the thing that is being said. You may have not heard it in that way, said in that way or whatever, but I don't know. But we've definitely got through straight now, hopefully. Hopefully I'm allowed to carry on and do this a bit more.
Yes, you do.
Okay. So we've done straight line. Now we're on to perpendicular.
Okay.
Right?
Which number is this?
Obviously, this is number 2.
All right.
Okay. Perpendicular. Because we've done a straight line. Now we progress one step. This is an axiomatic right line geometry system. When a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called perpendicular to it. You heard it before, didn't you?
Yeah, that's not quite the same wording that was used before, but yeah, sure.
Okay, and as stated in Axiom 11, all right angles are equal, therefore the lines must be straight.
Yep.
Brilliant. Also shows that you need 2 straight lines to make an angle. Because you can't... To make an angle, you can't have all right angles being equal if any of the lines are curved, can you? Because you can't have an angle like that. So
no, that you can. The angle is only defined by the intersection
of the lines, the 2 straight lines.
The lines or whatever is beyond the intersection doesn't have to be a line. The angle is just at the intersection.
No, the angle is at the intersection of 2 straight lines. These 2 right angles, right, can only be formed by 2 straight lines at perpendicular to each other, forming a right angle.
It is true that straight lines will form that, but is this all being said in the context, these are rules that everyone knows must be true? Because if that's where this is coming from, I'm just going to disagree with that premise.
Right. Anybody else want to disagree with the premise that a logical development of a straight line to 2 straight lines being perpendicular to each other?
Does he say why? I hope he says why. Is that what's coming?
Would you reckon?
Well, I hope.
He just disagrees with it because he wants the angle at the intersection, the point of intersection. He wants to be able to make an angle at a point.
Yeah, it is impossible.
Yeah.
This point is center of the circle, because in order to have an angle is just a circle or part of the circle. This is an angle. This is how we measure angles, by means of circle. So circle has to have radius and of course center. So this center point is this intersection point. Simple. And you are creating a circle. And the problem is there is no problem if you have 2 straight lines, because you can make any radius of that from that point, and the section of the circle will be the same. So it will show that the angle is the same. But if one of the lines is curved, then if you are making different circles, bigger or smaller, the angle would be different, not the same. This is simple. That's why it is impossible to create an angle to a curve.
Well, I think it's a precursor to the angle at a point that, imagined here, and that's why his objections is. But like I said, we've just established a straight line. From a straight line, perpendicularity is a given, really. But so all we're doing is going through an axiomatic. First off, straight lines, which we've dealt with, right? Straight lines are straight. Next step is perpendicular is the forming of right angles. Now, in order to form a right angle, you need 2 right lines, 2 straight lines in a very particular position. right? These are maximally opposed to each other, forming 4 equal right angles. Now, if the lines weren't straight, you would not be able to have 4 equal right angles.
That's not true.
It's an impossibility.
Oh, yeah. You're right. No. It's possible. You're just wrong.
Go on,
about
then.
that.
Show me. Do a quick drawing of you doing 2 straight lines, or maybe not straight lines, making 4 equal right angles, making all of the right angles equal. I'll say now it's impossible. It can't be done. Not possible.
That's fine.
You need 2 straight lines. This is what I'm trying to do. We're going through it. It's first principles, straight lines, and I'm giving you a proof at every step of the way. Right, so first off, we started off with a proof of a straight line. I showed you 2 lines that you agreed with that must be straight. A radius and a vertical. This one is 2 straight lines are the only lines that can come together to form equal right angles.
Yeah, and I'm just telling you that's not true. You can have right angles with curved, with arc segments or circles or any curved object can form a 90-degree angle with another one.
I'm telling you now, it's in mathematics, the foundation of mathematics. All right angles are equal, and
it's true.
That's an axiom. That's an axiom.
Yeah.
And the only way, logically, you can do that is with 2 straight lines.
That's not true. It's not the only way you can do it.
It gets frustrating talking to somebody, but I mean, hey, people are entitled to their own opinions. This is blue marble sophistry.
I would say, because he was agreeing and then disagreeing.
Yeah.
Because he was agreeing because logic tells him that it has to be true, this impossibility. But I think that then he has to reconcile because model doesn't allow this impossibility. So he's just in aporia, I would say.
Yeah, this is how sophists have to work. This is when you're dealing with absolute facts and proofs. This occurs. This instant aporia. I mean, it's occurring around a straight line and perpendicular. So this is because he knows what's coming, and it's hard to beat the sophistry of a straight line and geometric. This is about as simple as it's not even an argument. It's just a building up through first principles.
He pulled a Scooby-Doo there. First he said yes, then he went, no. Then he said yeah, then he said, oh, no, that can't be. Yeah, that was good. Way to go, Louis.
See, it's over a year ago. I can't remember all of the comments are a year ago. There's only 223 people watch this. So not many people know how Louis dealt with this particular thing. Actually, we did have that other video I was meaning to go over, didn't I? Let's get through this, eh? Go on then. Might be better tomorrow. I would offer up, now's your chance to just show us how you can do that. Please.
So draw a circle and then put a plus sign overlapping it, crossing through the center. And every line that crosses the arc of the circle will be at 90 degrees to the circle.
The circle is curved.
Yeah.
Law of identity
and
violation.
The right angles would be at the center of the circle.
There would be right angles at the
two-
center, but there are
Yeah.
also right angles at the intersections of the lines with the circle.
Okay. I think we had this discussion the other day, didn't we? Like you say, law of identity violation. He's got an internal angle at a right angle at the center of the circle. He's also got one at the end of every radius where it meets the circumference.
It is very bad because this is like the concept of the right angle is defined in definition 10, book 1 in Euclid. And they are especially defined in terms of the two straight lines. That is what the right angle is by definition. So if he wants to place a curve there, he has immediately violated the law of identity by definition. There's no way around that. So that is plain sophistry, and of course geometric ignorance or illiteracy. I'm not sure.
He's got a right angle at the center, right? So two right angles at the center, as you would with an intersection. But he says he's got them at the outside as well. So like symmetry says that they're both the same. The circumference, the part of the circumference with the angles of right angles is exactly the same as his intersection at the center of the circle, which is obvious lunacy. But something allows him to be able to argue the fact that perpendiculars are two straight lines with the same, but not the same. And not that. It's amazing. Sophistry. How many people would get this? Talking about a straight line. And there's a guy that you're talking to that's literally basically denying it. It's madness.
25 minutes in, you barely agreed on what the straight line is so far.
It's pretty much like a debate that we had with Chaiki. Except it was horizontal. Wait till we get there. So would similar. That make the ones on the inside of the circle, crossed by the arc, shorter? Yeah. They wouldn't be the same angle as the ones on the outside, because there's a curvature.
That's not correct. They would be.
Do you want me to? I'll go onto the board, right? Hopefully this doesn't ruin everybody's camera. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to have to change that. Jada's video is not working. Louis, have you got a drawing of it, or am I still going to have to try and sort this out for you?
Feel free to draw it.
Okay. No, I've not even got it open, have I?
He's like, I'm just going to say it, put it out there, and do nothing.
I'll draw it on the board, and then I'll have to take a picture of it.
Camera went off there.
Yeah. I'll have to do it on the board and then take a picture of it. It's not working.
Gotcha.
I think it's J, was it? And then take a picture of it. It's not working. Oh, that's backwards, isn't
Gotcha.
it? What's the forwards?
I think you can tap the arrow keys.
In the well, Louis.
Have I DM'd you an image, and you can put it up that way?
Right, you've got straight lines there, dude.
Yeah, there's also perpendicular angles with the circles. The circles are perpendicular to each other.
Right.
The source for this image is from geogebra.org.
Okay, can you see in the debate discussion? No, whether
Yes.
You see that the ones on the top would be larger than the ones on the bottom of the
That's
curve.
not true. That's
Yeah,
not
it
true,
is.
'cause the angle,
Can you not see that they are smaller than the ones
angle-
on top? They are not the same size. They would not be equal. They have to be equal because all right angles are equal. They are not.
Are you just going to continue
equal.
to repeat yourself?
Yeah.
All right, then I won't respond.
Go on. I'm going to put your picture up now so everybody else can have a look at that.
Right. The angle is not determined by the arc extending away from the intersection. It's determined by the intersection.
By the straight line that you've got.
Doesn't have to be
Even
straight,
you've
man.
got on yours, you've got two straight lines. You've got a radius and then you have a tangent. The tangent is perpendicular. That's why it's there. That is also a rule of the geometry, right?
Sure.
Because it's proposition, right? It's propositioned in book 3 that the tangent is perpendicular to the radius at the point of intersection.
Well, this is an example. This is an example
of
how
two straight lines.
These are curved surfaces. The circles, they're curved, and they are perpendicular to each other. This is an example of how perpendicular angles can be formed by curved surfaces.
No, they are two tangents. Those are straight lines that you can see. You've drawn the right angle at the intersection of those two straight lines.
No, the right angle is at
Louis.
the intersection of the circles.
No, the right angle is between the radius and the tangent on both. Sorry, I didn't have the picture here. You just have to imagine it in your mind. He's obviously,
we can.
yeah. It's not hard, is it? I don't know why. It's probably old school. This before I had me set up sorted. Both of them. Sorry.
Right. You can just reject that this is just as valid in mathematics as what you're
Got you
talking
a
about.
picture in the live
That's
chat.
fine. I don't.
If it's worth it.
The thing there, again, I'll say it again, Louis. The thing there that is perpendicular to each other are the radius, straight line, and tangent, straight line. Two
that is a
straight
true statement.
lines at right angles to each other, perpendicular.
Yep, that is a true statement, Bev.
Right now, the
It's
circles
also
have just been drawn.
It's also true that the circles are perpendicular to each
You
other.
can
and
call the circles perpendicular if you want, but perpendicular is the intersection of two straight lines.
Oh, Bev, it just sounds to me like you're being selective about which math you recognize as legitimate or not.
Where's your definition?
Oh, let me go get my math book.
Perpendicular, please.
Oh, my definition for perpendicular?
Yes,
90
please.
degrees.
Right angles, straight lines. Two right lines, the intersection making a right
Oh,
angle.
were you asking me for my definition or the one you want me to pretend is
No,
true?
just the mathematical definition. We need to progress, Louis.
Okay, here, I'll make it real easy for you. Okay, I accept your definition.
Okay, brilliant. We'll go on then. Seeing as straight lines and perpendicular are the mathematical definition.
They are part of the mathematical definition.
They are the definition. I've read it out to you.
You're just, man, you're
the actual
just wrong.
definition.
You're just incorrect.
Okay. You will get corrected. Okay, ready to go? Now we're doing these. Those were two. They were the two geometrical statements at the beginning, right? That was just purely geometry, just to see how well you could cope with the basic geometry.
Oh, cope.
Yep.
Oh.
You did okay.
It seems like you're
we've
giving
seen
me-
people try much harder or to try and defend
There's no defending, because what you're saying is technically not true, or technically true. Like, what you're showing me is part of mathematics. Where you're wrong is where you say this is all that there is.
I didn't say this is all there is. I just said, would you agree with it? And you kept saying about circles. Both times we were talking about straight lines. You started talking about circles. We went to talk about perpendicular. You wanted to talk about circles.
Bev,
fine.
You know why I brought that up.
Yeah, cogdis. We went over it at the beginning.
No, it's not cogdis, Bev.
Okay.
It's that you're presenting this as if this is the truth. This is what the established mathematics say. And I'm telling you, it's not everything that they say. And then when I said that, you disagreed with that.
You wanted to come for the presentation, didn't you? And I did tell you at the beginning, the cogdis, there's an element that you might not be in control of yourself. Please be careful.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for that warning.
So you're ready now for the next step. We come to reality now. We've done the geometry.
The whole time.
We've just been doing geometry, straight lines and perpendiculars. That's pure geometry. Now we're actually coming into reality, right? Plumb bob and perpendiculars, perpendicles, if you like.
Okay.
A perpendicle is anything hanging down by a straight line. Plumb bob is a tool for establishing a vertical reference. This is used in reality daily by many people. A vertical line is a straight line.
Yep. All lines are straight. Yep.
Okay, so you would agree with that then? That's easy. That's always that's a good one. Right? Yeah. People like the reality one. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference in which vertical heights can be measured. An instrument for determining whether a surface is evenly horizontal. From Latin, a balance level.
Sure.
Yeah. That's a good one for you as well then.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I can see exactly where this is going to end up creating problems further on down the line. But yeah, no, there's nothing technically wrong with this.
Okay, good. Okay, next one. Perpendicularity. That's a good word. Big word. It's all right. The relationship between reality and geometry comes apparent with the right line relationship of the two frames of reference we use in everyday life. Level and plumb are perpendicular. Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. It's not coincidence. Geometry is reality.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, no. I mean, if geometry is reality, then we've been in reality this whole time.
Yeah, that's what the geometry is based on logic, and logic is based on reality, right? We use.
Yep. So when I said that earlier, and you nitpicked and said, no, that was all in our heads before. Now we're coming into reality.
This right line geometry is the geometry of reality. That's where we're going to, right?
Yeah, we've been in reality the whole time.
Yeah, we're always in reality.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what I said before.
Okay, so a water level is any device utilizing the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. The water level is lower tech than the more modern levels, but it can be more accurate over long distances and works without a sight line, such as around corners.
I would
wait a minute. 2 ends of a water level equals 2 points of a straight line.
I would change
at an even altitude.
Dude, can you just like actually read in a natural cadence?
This is.
I would have changed the word any. I would have said a water level is a device.
Why?
Because then you're not backing yourself into a potential corner.
Why?
Because all somebody has to do is find a device that uses water that isn't a level.
No, it says, I'll read it again. A water level is any device utilizing the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference.
Mm-hmm.
So the water level is any device. As long as it uses water to establish a horizontal plane of reference, then you can call it a water level.
I mean, it's not an important thing to nitpick, but I'm just saying I would still just have it be a device.
What would you call a device that uses water to establish a horizontal plane of reference?
Oh, I'd call it a level.
A water level.
I mean, I wouldn't see the need to create that classification, but you could.
Well, it's not an auto level, right? That's not a water level because it doesn't use the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference because it's an auto level, not a water level.
This doesn't have to be a significant point of conversation.
But it is the step in the axiomatic system that we're going through at the minute. The presentation that you've just come round for. Are you trying to critique it?
Yeah, this is just my natural reaction to what I'm seeing.
Well, what you should do then, Louis, you should do your own after this, right? And refine it and make it better for yourself.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that.
It's brilliant. Okay, so a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. That's what the tool does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, right? Horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon. The relationship is clear and obvious.
Yeah, I disagree.
Okay. How about this then? Straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other.
Yeah, parallel lines are parallel. Yeah.
No. Straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. It's a proposition 30.
Parallel lines.
Straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other.
So you've got 3 lines and they're all parallel?
Straight lines. Yeah?
There aren't any non-straight lines, Bev.
Okay, well, that's what I was saying. However you want to picture them, straight lines, however many, yeah? Get them in your mind. Straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line. So, first off, start with the same straight line, and then get some straight lines that are parallel to that same straight line. Then those lines will be parallel to each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mind-blowing.
Okay. Now, horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, that's not true.
It's not true. Do you want to have a look at the mathematical definition of the word horizontal?
I have no interest in that, but I have a feeling that if I don't say yes, you won't continue with the presentation.
You hear that?
Total exasperation at this point.
He just disagrees with it, but he doesn't even want to look at the definition, the mathematical definition of horizontal, to understand what he's disagreeing with, right? He might be, if he looks at it, he might find that he's disagreeing with mathematics and the mathematical definition of horizontal.
By the way, if he is denying the last statement, he has to disagree with the straight lines being parallel. So you cannot stop in half step. So if a previous statement was true, then he has to, logic dictates that he had to agree with these horizontals. Because if they are not parallel to the plane of the horizon, it means that this previous statement was also invalid. But he agreed on that it was valid. So no, he cornered himself in that point if he tried to use sophistry.
Yeah, this is well, I think this is where it gets a little bit interesting at this point, because I think this is once you realize you're at aporia and you feel trapped, multiple things can happen. This is why we went over the cog dis bit at the beginning. I think there've been little signs of the cog dis creeping in, and
Bev,
yeah.
you might have someone in the VC that wants to make a comment.
Oh, really?
Well, they were asking if they could speak, like jumping over the video. So now's your chance, Darren.
Oh, welcome, Darren. I'll put the kettle on. You want to something?
I think you might end up with silence. Sorry, Val.
Can you hear me, guys?
Ah, yes, we can.
Right, cool. Yeah, no, so I'm new to all of this live chat, and when I first watched this, I thought it was actually, I didn't realize that you were talking over a previous recording. So, yeah, interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, it's. I think one of the things that's being discussed a lot here is comes down to the difference between what is level, right, and that's core of any of these conversations, whether it's obvious or not. And I think that that's what has to be established. What is the definition of level? And I know you've had live streams on this. We can see it coming up in the conversations time after time.
I don't think we have
And
to
Bev, you just
establish the
stated then, or the video
definition.
stated that the auto level and the water level do an equivalent job. And you know that they don't. That to make it defined to say you had a 500 meter run with a water level, you can do it in one hit.
You can calibrate an auto level with a water level.
Makes a level. With your auto level, you've got to make a number of measurements, right? Each one.
I don't think he can hear you, though.
Using differential levering or whatever, and that produces the level.
I think he's just going on his scripted.
Is it a bot?
Find level.
I think so. It might be. Is
Except
it recorded?
For the point where it stands.
Is it? It might be.
And then that's if you believe the surface is curved, right? You think the surface is flat, level.
Are you all right, Darren?
Perspective. Always
can you hear anybody here?
I think it's a recording, isn't it?
One auto level measurement.
I think he's playing a recording.
That's wild. That's funny.
Crazy.
Earth is curved. Water level and the auto level line will diverge.
Scripted. Can you put this out as a video, Darren?
That's the root of it, right? We need to determine.
He seems obsessed with the shape of the Earth.
Those assumptions that underlie everything.
I think this is recorded.
An assumption
Yes, this is recorded.
We believe is based on repeatable evidence that the surface of the Earth is curved, and perpendiculars and verticals all face towards the center of the Earth.
Take us to your leader. Take us to your leader.
Skipped it.
Then,
well, nobody says anything about that. I don't know what you're talking about. Then this is crazy.
Guys, we have to talk about this.
Yeah,
We have to talk about this.
This is a guy that's in chat, isn't he?
Yeah, what makes someone do this? What has to have gone on in the mind to make someone do this?
Okay, can
It's
we
phenomenal.
I've just turned him down. Everybody can turn him down yourself to see how long
Oh
he
no,
goes for.
server mute him if you
No,
want.
no,
Just
yeah.
mute
If
him.
you just turn him down, right? Let's see him. If you want to listen to it, you listen to it. But I mean, look, he's playing a video. How long's he scripted this for? Like, is it on repeat? Does it keep going? Like, can you remember when
is this one
we
of
had
those
Roger
bots that everyone? Is this one of those bots everyone's been talking about?
chat a
Yes,
chat bot?
this is probably what that is. Yeah.
That's awesome.
The next,
Well done.
Yeah.
Well,
Has he
done.
finished? That was well done. If that's
That was well
you were
done.
a bit
No, it's
nervous.
still going.
Is he going
It's still
again?
going.
Is he put it on repeat again? Or is he?
Chat
I don't know.
GBI, was that you?
Thanks for joining. Very much. That was.
Yeah,
I'll
we're
put
gonna-
that out on video. That's amazing.
We are going to talk about the psychology of that for quite a while.
Yeah.
Let that one sink in, people. This is what you have to do.
Right, 40 odd minutes in, going over a video about Louis, going over the basic principles, the foundations of how we understand vertical, horizontal. It's very simple, isn't it? Check it out. Look what he's trying to interrupt. I'm just asking.
Yeah, and I just answered.
You do trust mathematics.
Do I trust it? Yeah, sure. That's a good enough word.
So if we were to go anywhere for the definition of anything, we should always check first mathematics. Because you
no.
trust that the most, right?
I would not agree with that statement. No.
But you would not trust mathematics the most.
No. The previous statement, you genius.
Which was that?
The one about if we want to know the definition of anything, the first place we should go is mathematics. I would not agree with that
We
statement.
go and check there first. I mean, obviously, we're not going to find dog in mathematics.
I wouldn't go there for 99% of the things I might want to know the definition of. But if I'm doing something with math, yeah, I'd probably go there.
Okay, so should we type in horizontal mathematics and see what the definition is?
Hang on.
Would you trust that?
Say it again.
If we were to put in a search now, horizontal mathematics, would you be happy with the definition that we came up with?
I don't know. It'd depend if it conflicted with
Your
my
model.
previous conception about what our conversation was about and the reasons I objected to the previous statement.
Okay, so we're talking about all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
I would not necessarily agree with that.
So if we were to look for mathematical definitions of the word horizontal, what do you think we might find?
You're going to find, I mean, we could just use the definitions that exist previously in this document. The
For
ones
horizontal.
The ones that say horizontal is perpendicular to the vertical. That one's fine. That one's fine. The problem is, how are you establishing what the plane of the horizon is?
It would just be a straight line, wouldn't it? A plane is a straight line, right?
A plane is not a straight line.
All the
and it
straight
would
lines
matter
would be all
where-
straight lines on the plane.
Yeah, so not all lines are parallel. So therefore, the way you're determining the plane of the horizon is going to determine if it's parallel with the horizontal.
Okay, well, I'm just going to do a horizontal maths. Let's see what we come up with. What is horizontal? Definition and with examples. K5 learning. Doesn't sound like it's kindergarten. I don't know. What do you see? Horizontal. Standing up.
Oh, there they are. Hell yeah. This is what we need.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty kid stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, horizontal is opposite of vertical. In geometry, we use
Anything
the word... Yep.
parallel to the horizon is called horizontal. Oh, hey,
Hell
is that
yeah,
okay?
dude.
parallel to the horizon?
We found it on this website. I guess we better ignore all of the previous criticisms.
Okay,
and
wait a
just
minute. All right,
accept it,
let's
yeah.
go. I'll go. We'll find another one if that looks horizontal.
Yeah, let's find all of the definitions
going
that
side to
just allow
side.
you to ignore the criticism I just gave you.
Parallel to the horizon.
Yeah, let's just ignore the criticism I gave you.
Maths is fun. Horizontal math.
All right, so for
definition.
example, if you're gonna
in geometry, a
establish...
horizontal line is one which runs from left to right across the page. It comes from the word
horizon.
Are you
interested in my response?
In the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon.
Right. So when you phrase the question, are your horizontals parallel to the horizontal plane? That conjures up a few different scenarios. One is where you're just drawing a line from like your far extreme left to your far extreme right, and that line, that would be parallel with the horizontal. But if it's from your position to the horizon, then that line is not parallel with the horizontal.
Right. Do you think you could do this? Do you want me to get you this test? Just
Did you hear what I just said, or are you just ignoring it?
You said something about children in.
So you didn't hear it. Okay.
3.
So what I said was, if you draw the horizontal plane, the horizon plane. Well, yeah, you said the plane of the horizon. If you draw that from you.
Yeah, they'd be parallel to the plane of the horizon, because you know what a plane is, 2-dimensional surface, right?
To the horizon, off at the...
Oh. Are you all right? Is that just me?
Did you hear me? You cut me off at the very end.
I didn't cut you off. You're lagging, or
you did. You cut me off.
Are you okay? Is he okay for everyone, or is he bad roboting?
Breaking up a little bit, but not roboting.
Okay, so
he dropped out that last bit. That's why he thinks you interrupted him. You did drop that out.
So all I said was, if you establish your plane of the horizon based on you to the horizon, then that line is not going to be parallel with the horizontal.
Do you know what a plane is?
Yeah.
2-dimensional.
Me stupid questions that we've already established and agreed the definition of?
2-dimensional surface that extends infinitely far in all directions.
Yes.
Right, so that's a plane. So parallel to that plane, doesn't really matter which angle or straight line you're going to put a horizontal. It would be parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's what maths says.
No, it wouldn't be.
You don't agree with all the mathematical things that we've found so far. Do you have a mathematical definition? Do you have a mathematical definition to say that horizontals aren't parallel to the plane of the horizon?
All right. So if you have the horizon and it's not straight, perfectly out in front of you, which I know we may disagree on this. It's actually not. Then from your eye to the horizon is an ever so slightly sloping down line.
Hey. Here we go. Does this sound like, that guy we had, Spooky? He had a problem with the plane of the horizon. And so's Louis. I mean, it gets hard with telling me I've paused it. So he's there just said that it's sloping down. Do you think he thinks that the plane of the horizon is sloping downwards?
I don't think he means what he says, or in that case, I'm not sure he knows what slope means. But I don't want to put words in his mouth either, so I'm just going to leave it there.
Yeah. But he's obviously changing now. I think I heard him sit up, get closer to the mic. The game's just got serious. all fronts at the battle, ready now. Game on. Talking about.
And in that situation, it would not be parallel to a truly horizontal line. But you would still be able to call it the plane of the horizon. So do you see where my objection is?
This is just a simple, logical statement.
I understand that. Are you planning on? Was that supposed to be relevant to what I just said?
Well, it was what you said relevant to straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line being parallel to each other.
We actually moved past that section.
Did you?
Yeah,
So,
you did actually. I have no control over this presentation.
This is the point in the matter, right? That shows you that horizontals are parallel to each other.
Yes, yeah, we actually talked about this already.
Yes, we did. Yes.
Yeah, we did, Bev. So you can scroll further down the page to where we actually were.
What? No, this is where we were. The horizontals. There's no further down the page. This is the last one. Step 7. Once we do this, you're ready to go into the next stage.
Okay, then what you asked me was after this. You asked me about the plane of the horizon being parallel with all horizontals.
Yes.
And
I made a statement, Louis. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Right, and that this, depending on how you establish the plane of the horizon, that's just not true.
But that's the mathematical definition of horizontal.
Yeah, you know what? You know what's funny? The mathematical definition doesn't describe.
Oh,
off again.
Did he cut off?
Here, so that we all understand what we're talking about here. I'm just trying to establish
cut off then,
clear understanding. Yeah, I understand. So I'm repeating myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was like 15 seconds of you not coming through.
All I'm saying is that depending on how you establish the plane of the horizon, it might not parallel with the horizontal. That's all I'm saying. Oh my gosh, is it okay? And the mathematical definitions that we all looked at, did not tell you how they established that.
No, it just said that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yes, that is what it said.
And you say they're not right now. So
no, I said depending on how you establish the plane of the horizon, they might not be.
Okay. So here we go, sophistry again. What does that mean?
Nothing. There is no might be.
Yeah.
They are or they are not. Not might be. You cannot negotiate between being parallel or not being parallel.
Yeah, well, he has to go against that mathematical statement, the definition.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But there's another thing he said. He said it depends on the how you establish the plane of the horizon. Well, you don't establish the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
You establish a horizontal or a vertical with a plumb bob, but you don't establish the plane of the horizon.
Yeah. I think he's talking mentally. Personally, I think that's what he's talking about. He's talking about a mental concept of how you define it, and then you can take control of horizontal. You can slope it a bit if you want. You become in control of it.
Outer limits.
It's crazy, isn't it?
We control the horizontal. We control the vertical.
Yeah, this is some power. Superhero power. Well, which way would you establish the plane of the horizon?
I don't know. I'm not giving the presentation.
Would you tilt it from one side to the other? It's a
I'm
plane.
not giving. Are you just this way that you speak, where you say something and then stop, is really frustrating.
when I ask a question.
No, where you say something and then stop and then start saying something again. After that pause is an implicit invitation for me to respond. That is very frustrating.
To you.
Yes.
Yeah.
The person you're conversing with.
Really sorry. Are we ready to move on?
I'm just criticizing your ability to be polite.
You've been criticizing quite a lot. Yes, you have.
Okay, then.
So this is the cog dis part, right? So
no, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Nothing you've said is in any way challenging to the beliefs I have.
Okay. Well, the plane of the horizon. Can we start that one first? Because we all know horizontals are definitely straight lines, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So how are you establishing?
So the problem you have must be how you establish the plane of the horizon. Now, first off, we understand what a plane is, right?
No.
Okay, it's two-dimensional.
Wow, I had no idea.
Okay, so we know it's two-dimensional. Now, does it have a tilt to it? And which tilt do you imagine the plane of the horizon might have to make it not parallel to the horizon, horizontals?
Well, if you establish the plane based off of the observer's line of sight to the horizon, that's not going to be horizontal. So that is how. And I explained that already.
So when I have a level in front, does anybody get what he's just said? If you establish the plane outwards, it won't be horizontal. How does that even... Can anybody imagine what he's talking about there?
Is he saying that horizontal is only left and right from your point of view as an observer? Is that what he's thinking?
But the moment you looked left or right, then it wouldn't be horizontal, right? Because he imagines it's got a slope.
Right.
So wherever you're looking at, it's not going to be horizontal. He imagines that's the plane of the horizon.
Odd.
And it's a plane, right? It's not just a line. So how does he imagine it's a plane sloping in that direction? What does that even mean? Is he 2D thinking? Because he just doesn't seem to be thinking about a plane with a slope. I don't know. It doesn't really bear thinking about, really. But, I mean, if you want to, you try and prove things to yourselves. Then, you work out how ridiculous you have to think by trying to perform these tasks. And once you realize it, they're saying impossible things. Well,
did he just insinuate that the plane of the horizon is not horizontal?
He said sloping, but I mean, what? His concept of horizontal plane is just, I don't know. He had it tilting, it's sloping away from him, but I mean, that doesn't stop horizontals being parallel because it's just sloping. It just means the plane's not horizontal, but that doesn't stop anything from being...
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about parallel planes that are all sloping, that doesn't say anything about the parallel horizontal planes, because you're specifically talking about a different set of planes.
Complete non sequitur, geometrically, but I don't know. Like, doesn't bear thinking about. Front of me, you might have I'm holding it, and I'm looking at the horizon, the plane of the horizon, are you saying the horizontal level that I'm holding isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon?
It depends on how you're establishing the plane of the horizon, Bev.
I'm not establishing the plane of the horizon. The plane of the horizon is always there. It's what all horizontals are parallel to.
Any line that's parallel to a horizontal line is going to be parallel to it, whether it's the plane of the horizon or not.
Okay, so any straight line that horizontals are parallel to would make all horizontals parallel to each other, wouldn't it?
No,
yes,
that's
from
not
the
true
logical
either.
statement, straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other.
Yeah, that's not true.
As a logical statement? Because I think it is. I think it's
No,
provably
it's not,
true.
because all horizontals require, at all points on the surface of the Earth, horizontal to be established.
You've just invoked an Earth.
And because the Earth is a sphere, they will not be parallel.
Okay, here we go. There's the monad. It's just come in to dictate.
Yep.
The first injection. How long is that? 56 minutes. Not bad. But
Yeah, I
now
think
it's been defensive.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, I think his defense of the monad kicked in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, but now his intentions are clear, right? He's stated his allegiance.
Definitely.
Well, now he declined from first statement about straight lines. So first he agreed on that, but now he had to deny it also.
That was what I think is quite good about these statements and the way you can lead through the progression, because it's a very logical progression to lead through it. And then once the monad takes over, you have to regress to invariably break every one of those agreements that we've just come to as fundamentals. It's quite clever. Okay, so you're saying that horizontals can... Sorry, go on.
What was it that he specifically said? I must have missed it. If you could go back like 10 seconds, that'd be awesome.
See, 56. There we go, about 20 seconds. As a logical statement? Because I think it is. I think it's provably true.
Because all horizontals require, at all points on the surface of the Earth, horizontal to be established. You've
just invoked an Earth.
And because the Earth is a sphere, they will not be parallel.
Okay, so there you go. In order for you to say all horizontals are parallel, you need to go to every point on Earth and establish a horizontal to be able to say all. And because the Earth is a sphere, in his mind, horizontals can't be parallel.
Begging the question, affirming the consequent.
Yeah. He's definitely laid his cards down. He's gone all of those logical steps you just took me through. Well, boom, here comes the monad. Screw you. Can't be. Remember, that's it. He's not had any definitions of any of the problems that he's had all the way through it. Even when he was drawing perpendiculars, he had perpendicular straight lines there. Now we've got to my monad says it can't be. You're saying that horizontals cannot, because obviously a horizontal is a straight line, and you obviously think the plane of the horizon, but that's plane's 2D. Like, you can't curve a plane, can you?
Yes, that is correct, Bev.
Okay, well, so where's how do you do a plane of the horizon?
Actually, I think you might be able to curve.
you might be able to. Yeah. Actually, I think you
Nice.
might be
Might
able to
be.
curve it. A plane. Just
I'm
that
sure you
came
can.
to him right off the top of his head. He'd never have even thought of waking up that morning that he'd ever attempt to curve a plane.
I would agree with him. You can curve the plane, but it would be not plane anymore. You can turn it into a sphere, for example, and
Oh,
we
you
have
can't
sphere.
turn it into a sphere. You can turn it into a cylinder. A developable thing. You can't.
Okay, let's say cylinder, but
Yeah.
still it is curved. So you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Curve a two-dimensional plane.
Yes.
A curved
let me
plane.
see.
That's,
I'm not
surely
sure.
that's got to be 3D. It
I'm
can't
not
be
sure
2D.
how they. I'm not sure how they classify that.
I would say that would be a mind trick. That I don't think you'd be
No,
able to
not
do it in
necessarily.
reality.
You might just not.
You can't
be
put
fully
a
aware
third-dimensional curve into a two-dimensional
way
plane whilst
in the same way
keeping
that
it
you
a
don't accept-
two-dimensional.
In the same way that you don't accept perpendicular circles, you may not accept a curved plane.
Do you have any? Do you want? Should I go into look for a mathematical definition of a plane now? Or what do you reckon?
That's up to you, man.
Right. Well, what do you think? Do you think you could find a mathematical definition of a curved plane if you were to look for plane?
That's what I'm doing. I'm not sure.
He's literally Googling for a curved plane as we're talking. Literally.
If he only had chatbot back then, the
Yeah.
chat, he could have asked it.
Could have already generated it. And yes, thank you very much, God. Super chat. He says this super chat will go unread by Bev. Well, that's okay. After YouTube's cut, he'll get 50 cents. Support what you like. Thank you very much, Gord.
Nice. Thanks, Gord.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is sophistry, right? You're literally watching how these guys do it. He knows nothing about what he's doing. He's just actually thought that he could, maybe you can curve the plane. And now he's Googling away as we're talking about the basic concepts of what we're talking about here, horizontal. Because why would anybody have a problem with horizontal and being parallel to the plane of the horizon? I mean, what's up with that? If it's good enough for mathematics, it's good enough for a dictionary definition. Like, why is it not good enough for this tiny group of obsessed individuals? What's wrong with them? It's good enough for the rest of the world. Everybody else knows about it. Why are these strange little group of people? What's up with horizontals being parallel?
Vaguely remembering something from when I was in school, but I'm not sure about what I'm remembering, so I'm not confident to say one way or the other.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is pretty vital for the next step. But
not really.
We could hit the board, and I could show you logical fallacy to sort of prove this if you want. If you're struggling to find a 2D definition of it. This was a logical statement. We may
not
got
actually
this put on a t-shirt, you know.
You put anything on a t-shirt and someone would buy it. They would define their own meaning.
I'll stop streaming that because you've obviously so I'll get you the there it is.
Yeah, okay. No. There are no two-dimensional curved planes.
Okay. So, did you hear that?
Yes, still nonsense. Of course, curved surface would be three-dimensional, but not plane. He's talking about three-dimensional planes. They don't exist.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's meaning like the surface of a sphere, right? And just getting mixed up with his geometric terms.
Yes, but he's saying about
curved planes.
Yes,
Yeah.
curved planes.
Yeah, he's got confused. He's a blue marble scientist. He's sophistry in action. Like he's having to be sophist, sophisticated with his words. Even he's formulating new ideas in his head. He's bound to get mixed up as he's doing this. This is why I quite like this, because at first we went over the cogdis and the whole thing of how cognitive dissonance affects different people in different ways. And when you find out there's this information that you have a conflict, and then I don't know, your brain, your mind does things that you're not aware of. Cogdis, that's it. You're in a state of cognitive dissonance, of which ECV, we say that one where you're the avoidance of the topic. But this is when you surprise somebody with something that they're not really ready for. This was very early on, something that we've done it's on the website. You can go over it. It's been improved. It's been refined. 12 statements. It's much better now. So
yeah,
it's good.
That's technically correct.
Okay. So in order for a horizontal to be parallel with a plane, in order for it to be not parallel with a plane, the plane would have to have some sort of a tilt away from the horizontal, wouldn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Does the plane of the horizon, have a tilt?
Well, I'm not sure how this is being thought about, but based on our disagreements recently, I'm going to assume it's not the way that I was thinking about it that would cause a problem. So,
sophistry. Do you want to hear that again? Remember,
Yes.
we are talking specifically about how the plane of the horizon has to be not horizontal somehow. Now let me 135. I'll go back a little bit. Here we go. Plane would have to have some sort of a tilt away from the horizontal, wouldn't it?
yes. Yeah.
Okay. Right, so he's just agreed that there must be some sort of tilt to the horizon to make it not horizontal, which is his claim, because he has to disagree with it. Right now, this is what I think you call aporia, right? Because he's never even thought of that, right? He was just denying it. It can't be.
Yeah, but now he has two problems.
Yeah.
Because one is, if real plane is not parallel to horizontal, you can reorientate this horizontal to be horizontal. Because you cannot change the plane of the horizon, but you can tilt to adjust horizontal. But if it is curving, you cannot do that. So this is a real problem.
Yeah. So this is what he's going through now, right? Is there's some information that conflicts with what he's known. Exactly what we're talking about, cognitive dissonance, right? He's got the all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, but something conflicts with that. Like, what could possibly conflict with it? But only he can tell. But he's got to a place now where what is cannot be. And I'd say this is old school. This is aporia. This person has reached a path where there is nowhere else to go. And his brain right now, right at this moment, misfires. And this is I call it an aporic reaction to that. And you may have heard this sort of a reaction
Yes,
many
he's
times.
forced to to produce more and more fallacies to defend himself.
Yeah, he doesn't even know where he's going though, right? He's reached the end of a road. There's nowhere else to go from here. This is aporia. Take it away, Louis. Does the horizon, the plane of the horizon, have a tilt?
Well, I'm not sure how this is being thought about, but based on our disagreements recently, I'm going to assume it's not the way that I was thinking about it that would cause a problem. So, no, the plane of the horizon does not have a tilt. I'm assuming that's just simply being established by drawing a line from your extreme left or,
It's a
the
plane.
extremes of your horizon.
It's a plane. You could almost like do it from your eyes that way as well, couldn't you? Because it's a plane.
Anything you establish visually, you're going to do with your eyes. So I'm not sure what you mean by that.
The plane of the horizon, like it's a two-dimensional
I'm
plane
aware
of
of
the
the
horizon.
subject matter of what we're talking about, Bev.
Okay, so to which all horizontals would be parallel.
Bev, it's like you're not actually hearing the nuance in the discussion we're having, and you're just pretending it doesn't exist.
What's the nuance that I'm missing? Does anyone know?
I have no idea.
Well, if what you're saying is correct, Bev, then it doesn't allow for the monad, so the nuance has to be there. You just have to look harder.
It's hiding.
Yeah.
Unable to explain it, right? We've been over this with these guys. They literally have no argument. There's nothing there. And at the moment where he should be able to come up with some retaliation, some sort of retort, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing but the same thing over and over. There's Gods again. Thank you very much. Gods. No whether we've got any more members. Some free memberships. Thank you very much. This is just logic, dude. I mean, I can't really go against it myself.
Yeah, Bev, I understand that you are saying things based on logic, and I want you to understand that I am also saying things based on logic.
Go on, what was
Saying
your
that
logical
what you're
statement
saying
then?
is logical is kind of irrelevant.
Can you state your logical statement then, please?
Yeah. So depending on how you establish the plane of the horizon, it either will or will not be parallel with a horizontal line.
Okay, so how... Do you like that?
As a logical statement. I'm not so sure I'd classes at that.
I think I said a bit earlier, like many people probably thinking it. You don't get to establish the horizon. That's not something that you can do. You're just a mere mortal. You have no effect on the horizon. It's there. I don't know what comes over this group of people that thinks they or you, right? They can give you the power to establish the horizon somehow. That it either will or won't be parallel to all horizontals. See, he's not really trying to take the control of horizontal, is he? Just the horizon. Surely it would be better and easier for him to mind tilt horizontals, but that may seem a little bit egotistical. thinking you have that sort of power. But he still thinks he can hand out the plane of the horizon establishment. Yeah, you establish the plane of the horizon and I'll take the picture.
Well, if you don't establish it according to my standards, then you're wrong.
It's strange dealing with sophists that seem to have. I mean, we went over it the other week, right? There's an argument that seems to be had. Just as a matter of interest, can anybody state what his argument might be at the minute? Like, if you had to give him all benefits of all of the doubts, what would you say his argument might be?
If the plane of the horizon has a slope to it, then it cannot be horizontal, based on the fact that horizontal has zero slope. But then he did say that there is no tilt to the plane of the horizon either, so that can't be it.
Yeah, and if the definition of horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, and the plane of the horizon tilts, then the horizontals are going to be parallel to it.
Yeah.
So what's he actually saying? Where is even his understanding of what he's trying to say? Obviously, there's no argument there. It's pretty obvious. He's got nothing other than sophistry. Pure sophistry. It's even got less than an argument. It's got no argument. So fucking weird. How would you establish a plane of the horizon with a tilt that makes it not horizontal? How would you do that personally? Because if you were to tilt it away from you, it would still be on a horizontal, wouldn't it? It would still be parallel. So you'd have to tilt it left to right somehow.
No.
Yeah, you would have to. Otherwise, it would still be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Were you wanting to give me the logic for why you can't imagine how this would work?
I just give you the logic of why it does work.
Right, so
and prove
the
that you
logic that I-
can't. Yeah, I can prove that logical
you
statement.
Go ahead, just keep pretending to have a genuine conversation.
I've got plenty more proof than that. That's just one of the basic ones that we did for a laugh, for a t-shirt, but it turned out to be way more than that, obviously. Do you like it?
Do you think
it's in the debate discussion.
I have
Do you
a
like
question
it?
for everybody else.
Sorry, was that somebody? Was that in the video? Oh.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Have you been able to hear me okay throughout most of this exchange?
Most of it, except for that one time you said he was interrupting you and you actually did cut out. But other than that, yeah.
Yeah, I think when I had my live stream on, or the live stream on, he may have roboted a bit, but it seems like now I've switched that off, it's a bit better.
What about the meme, the diagram you had earlier today? Think he could do that, or is it getting too late?
Me?
Yeah.
The diagram earlier.
Yeah, the vertical height for the.
Oh right, yeah. Yeah, this one is.
See if he knows. He might do better.
This is this may be a bit advanced, but.
Nothing about this is advanced.
Pardon?
I said nothing about this is advanced.
Okay.
Well, let's just step it up a notch.
Okay then. Right, I'll hit the whiteboard in a minute to prove the horizontals to you. See that? It's like a school book question. Old one. Make sure you read it correctly. Laurie got proper triggered by one of the words. Given any water level of unlimited length.
I'm just going to deafen so I can read it on my own. Thanks.
Okay. Wow. Must be tricky.
Are you going to be a dick through the whole thing, or is it like...
He's deafened himself.
Oh, he's deafened, yeah.
Yeah. Probably, yeah.
I mean,
Probably.
He got onto you about reading with a different inflection in your voice, but then he can speak like a dick the entire time.
Yeah. Well, that's fair enough. I've just got a nip to make a brew. I'll be back and we'll talk amongst yourselves for a bit. He'll probably be away for a bit because he's researching it, obviously.
Clary, are you there? No Clary. Turn up. Turnip's a bully. He's also French. He must have fell asleep.
All right, I'm back. So there's a couple of problems with it.
Well, hang on a second. Sorry.
Yeah,
Bev stepped away. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Well, the answer to A is that it's unlimited because there's no defined length, so it's just unlimited.
Right. This is a question that I don't know whether we get a chance to say it. It says, given any water level of unlimited length, A, what is the maximum distance possible between the level 1W and I don't know. There's a question A. Hopefully I'll say it in the thing, and the question B. It's a 2-part question. It's school book style.
And then the second answer, the answer to B is that A is just always going to be half, or at least it appears that way. It appears that there's no reason to think that that's not directly in the middle. But the problem with it is that both A and B assume that the Earth is flat, and therefore the surface of water isn't curving. So it's an unbiased, or it's a biased question pretending to be unbiased. So it's just a stupid question.
Would it be unbiased to say that the Earth is a sphere, therefore water curves?
Yeah, I would say that.
It would be unbiased?
But it would also be unbiased to say you don't know, in which case you wouldn't use, it's obvious, you wouldn't use water for this question. Like, typically a question like this is just made...
You could only use water with this question.
This is a physics thing. We're stepped it up a notch, bud. Keep up.
You're pretending to have stepped it up a notch. There's nothing new here. This is pretending to be a simple question.
Anything else would have a different number.
I mean, if you keep interrupting me, the thoughts that I'm having to respond with, they're not gonna stay with me.
Okay.
And then you won't get them.
Yeah, we don't want any of that. You keep going then, Louis. Keep going. This particular thing is where we've wanted to be for quite a while. And the new test that we've devised incorporates this in our proof-giving ability. So it's really strange that this part is within this. I didn't realise this was in it. Thank you, Logos. Don't stop that flow. Come on. Oh, we spoiled it.
Okay, then I just won't talk. You're obviously not interested in it.
Sorry, did you cut out then? Sorry, Louis.
Yeah,
you're free to carry on.
You totally went deaf and like you didn't say anything.
Yeah, that's fine. Connection might have cut out. carry on with the rest of the presentation.
Sorry, I nipped away for a second with this question. Are you taking a pass?
Oh.
Yeah, you'll have to say it again. He
Yeah.
didn't hear it.
So the issue with the question is that it assumes the Earth's flat.
No, it doesn't. This is a question from reality. It's just pure physics of reality.
Well, okay. If you don't assume the Earth is flat, then there's not enough information to answer the question.
Sorry?
Yeah, if you don't assume the Earth is flat, which I am, forgive me for assuming, I'm assuming that you are assuming the Earth is flat.
There you go. Given any water level of unlimited length, A, what is the maximum distance possible between the level B and M and the point A? That's question A. And what can be said about point A in relation to the level line BM? They're the two questions. Physics.
Am I wrong?
No, we just what's the maximum distance to keep that water level functioning as a water level? If you don't know, it's fine.
So you don't assume the Earth is flat then?
No. Why would anybody do that, Louis?
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah,
totally
because
crazy.
the Earth's not flat. It's not 2D. There's elevation all over the place. There's vertical changes in height.
Yeah, you're very nuanced, Bev. Yeah.
No, just reality, dude.
Yeah.
Reality, Louis.
Man. Round of applause for you. You've thought about this.
I have, I've been doing it for ages. But there's a whole team of us working here, Louis.
It's a serious physics question, and
No,
you're not
it's
answering it. Yeah, it is.
Don't give up yet. Don't give up yet.
If this was a serious physics question, there would.
This is a genius physics question. Next level sort of shit. This is. Welcome to 2023.
Maybe it's just me, but it sounds like what do you call it? Like a 10-year-old who wasn't allowed candy or something.
I think this particular question is involving the water level, and there's a proof of a water level within this, and he can see the logos in it. He's running from it. He's scared. He knows it's going to bite him.
He's salty. Can't get around it.
He's Googling frantically.
Would be
It's
no
funny.
need to include water level in it. You would just say, given a line with.
Given any water level of unlimited length is the thing, right? Not a line. Why is he wanting to come away from that? It's crazy.
Unlimited length. What is the maximum possible distance between B and M?
How
That's
would
what
that
the
that
question
wouldn't
would be.
apply, because the water is the physics involved in this.
No, it's not.
It is.
You better think about that before you say that again.
It's not. There is no need to include water in this, and it's actually it's cringy that you think you do.
There are tons of physics.
But you don't need to put water in a water level.
It's cringy that you should think to use water within a physics question. Right? Cringy. For some reason. Why would he say that? Surely you've heard of the physics of water level. Right? Equal pressure state. Everybody must know that. Particularly within the vertical. The pressure involved within the vertical change of water level.
Yeah, of course. Any size container, any shape of the container, pressure will be equal. at the equal depths, no matter where you are in the container.
Yeah.
To measure. Yeah. It's equilibrium. Yeah, physics is very much involved.
So it's got a water level there, right? And it's got what is the maximum distance possible between the level BM and the point A? Well, that first one doesn't really have them. I mean, this is just a thing we found. And then what can be said about the point A in relation to the level line BM? It's just, what do you make of it as a question? And what he seems to have a problem that it's a water level within a physics question.
Physics teachers that do videos on this and talk about it, and there's papers and.
No, there aren't.
Whoa, Bev, I'm sorry. I honestly thought this was like going to be better than the last conversation we had. I apologize.
Yeah.
You have any examples of physics teachers just chatting it up about the surface of water with this type of question, and they're like, "Oh yeah, this is physics, guys."
Absolutely, yeah. Veritasium's done videos on it. Loads of people have done videos on this shit. Loads.
Yes.
Oh, Veritasium. Oh wow, can you post that video?
No, you go looking for it for yourself, dude.
Yeah,
you please, please do.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Veritasium is specific enough. I'll probably be able to find what it is you guys are talking about.
No, you don't have to do it like that. It's not like a go away and find us the answer. It's okay. This is just a simple question.
It won't even take me very long.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm going to go and make a brew if somebody wants to. This, I get a feeling this might be a cog-dis thing, Louis. But,
you're right, Bev.
You do seem to be
that cog-dis stuff.
You do seem to be on tilt, Louis.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't believe you said that.
Unreal. I've never seen anyone like this before.
Now you're interrupting.
Louis, I don't know what's going on. It's just, we're having a conversation about something with people, and there seems to be a combativeness that's not needed. It's not appreciated. I don't know what's up, but we do tend to have this sort of a reaction with people.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know what we do.
So you don't think something would happen with the water at a given height? Within that tube?
I don't think something would happen with the water at a given height.
Are you asking me the question I just asked you?
Yeah, I'm confused about the relevance.
It's imaginometry, that, isn't it? Did you hear that? Did you want to hear that again? Because I think that was
yes, please.
That was genius. You do seem to be on tilt, Louis.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't believe you said that.
Unreal. I've never seen anyone like this before.
Now you're interrupting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you don't think something would happen with the water at a given height? Within that tube?
I don't think something would happen with the water at a given height.
Are you asking me the question I just asked you?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah. He literally just asked Buster the same question that Buster asked him. The first one.
Well, worse, I would say. Buster asked him a direct question. But then he asked Buster back, to answer in his stead what he thinks. He wants Buster to be a mind reader.
Because there's no answer, right? There's no argument. and there's no answer because you're in aporia and you haven't got an. He doesn't know where he's at.
No clue.
He could be Googling an answer, right? So he could have his mind elsewhere. So we could give him that benefit of the doubt that he's a sophist that's trying to generate an answer. So in the meantime, just stall for time.
Confused about the relevance.
It's imaginometry, that, isn't it? It's that's wrote into the. I'm right.
It's not even part of the question, but you're asking
seem to
it
be
as
following
if
a
it is.
script.
It's in the question, the height of the.
It is not in the question. There is nothing referencing height in the question.
Dude,
you give away part B.
What is A?
Sorry, I thought this was going to be a step up, and we were going to get like better answers than the last conversation we had. But
well, when you get to determine what a good answer is, you know, you can determine what a good answer is.
Yeah. I'm like Bev. I'm not going to answer it for you because that's. Wow.
You wouldn't believe it. You'd just go against it and say it was a lie.
Well,
so
it's a lie.
You have to find it for
wait,
yourself.
What would I say is a lie?
Whatever we said to you, because you seem to have done that most of the time.
No, I wouldn't say
anyway.
it was a lie. A lie implies intent.
Okay, well, that's why we're not going to give you anything. You can do this, Louis. You can. You have the ability within you to find an answer.
Bev.
But we can carry on if we want.
The answer you guys want is not the correct answer.
I can show you. Let me put the my camera on. Did you hear that? The answers you guys want is not the correct answer. It's literally it's the Mad Hatter in Alice in Wonderland talking to this guy.
Yes, because you demand logic answer. So that kind of answer is not allowed.
That can't be the correct answer, right? The logical answer can't be the correct answer. But what would you end up saying? Like, what would his answer be if it's not the logical answer? He doesn't have one to give. Sophists stalling with no answers and nothing to talk about, struggling. And they only struggle because we're talking about facts and things in reality. Blue Marble scientists are going to start ducking and diving away from conversations like this. They have been doing for years. We've taught them to not have these conversations. So we're still going to continue having these conversations. And this is where it does get really interesting, particularly with questions like this one. Like I say, this is going to be incorporated within the proof of perpendicularity in reality. Realizing Euclid 2. I'll get you on the board and I'll show you, because I think, are you having a problem with lifting the bit up in the middle on a water level?
Where is the water level? You mean
from B to M, there is a water level. There is a maximum height of A above that water level. Now,
that is not that is not being asked for in the question.
What can be said?
What is the maximum distance possible between the level BM and the point A? At the bottom, look in the bottom one. There's B, and there's M, and there's A, and then there's two little right angle things at the bottom.
I had no idea those things were on the picture I was looking at. Thank you, Ben.
Why? Okay, well, no problem.
Yeah.
Anytime, Louis.
That changes everything about how I'm thinking about this now.
Brilliant.
So the answer to A is that it's unlimited, and the answer to B is lots of things potentially. There's a lot of things that can be said about those three things.
That's a soundbite. A is unlimited.
Yeah,
for sure.
All right, I'm sorry. The distance between points B and M is unlimited.
What about the distance at A?
It's also unlimited.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you are definitely gonna fail physics.
Well, if I think the Earth is flat, yeah, you're right.
Wow.
It has nothing to do
with... Is
with...
that what's stopping you from saying there is a distance at A? Is because you might have to think to yourself that the Earth's flat, which it obviously isn't, but that's what's stopping you from coming up with an answer?
No, Bev, it's because what I know to be true is not in harmony with the assumptions made about what you believe to be true when you made this question. And so for me to come up with
I didn't make the question.
For me to come up
I
with
didn't make the question.
You didn't make the question? Okay.
No.
Whoever made this question made assumptions about reality that I don't make, and the ones I have are in contradiction with it.
There it is.
Yeah. I can't remember when we how we found this question, but I mean, like we definitely didn't make it. It was like a screenshot from an old physics book or something when we were talking about that. Go on.
I just particularly like how he is detailing cognitive dissonance and explaining that that's where he's at right now, and that's why he's acting the way he's doing. He's saying it straight out.
Yeah. I think that's because we talked about cognitive dissonance and we were open at the beginning, to say. And he's walking us through the process, yeah. I'm trying to struggle to... I think I'm trying to get my camera working, and I don't know whether it's not as fluid as I am now. Obviously, a bit less practiced.
So for me to answer this question, I have to disregard what I know to be true.
Okay, well, what... Right, so think about what he's saying, right? We've asked him a question that's obviously based in physics. It's a physics question from reality. And he's saying that he can't answer the question because he has to forget what he knows to be true for some reason, rather than just answering the question.
Well, it would defy his model, so he has problems.
Yeah, he's in aporia, right? So it's saying something. It might be blasphemous, right? If he says something, it might end up being blasphemous, and that wouldn't be good. So we have to struggle to say nothing. Do you know to be true then?
The Earth is a sphere.
Okay. And what
as a
answer
result,
does that give you? And that one, that's always a cop-out, that. At that point when you hear that mid-question, right? It's just been inserted in there. That's a cognitive dissonance. Boom. They just come out with it. Because that's an instant reaction. Logos has said, it said whatever, and he has to say it.
As a result, the distance between points B and M cannot be unlimited.
Oh.
And as...
Right? Go back. Do you want to hear that? Because that was... I think this is a prime example of what happens when you do actually hit aporia. Right? And he didn't know what to do. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know anything. And he hits a point, boom. And then model fight back. Right? Because he's just said that it could be unlimited. And listen.
With the assumptions made about what you believe to be true when you made this question. And so for me
I
to
didn't
come
make.
up with
I
an
didn't
answer
make
that's
the
in
question.
harmony, for me to come up
I
with
didn't
an
make the
answer,
question.
you didn't make the question? Okay.
No.
Whoever made this question made assumptions about reality that I don't make, and the ones I have are in contradiction with it.
Contradiction. You can't get me camera to work.
So for me to answer this question, I have to disregard what I know to be true.
Okay, well, what do you know to be true then?
The Earth is a sphere.
Okay, and what
as a
answer
result,
does that give you?
As a result, the distance between points B and M cannot be unlimited.
Oh.
And as a result, that changes what can be said about point A.
And what does that mean?
Well, the point A, you've already let on that you want me to give the difference in one dimension of how much further out of a dimension A is from the line from B to M. And so that distance, if the Earth is a sphere, which I believe that it is, that means that distance is the radius of the Earth.
It's bad. He just said earlier that he knows it to be true, but now he admits that it's just a belief and that his belief is talking. He's just a mouthpiece for his monad now.
But there's a water level going from B to M.
Nothing about radius.
Yeah.
It is just, or are we going in straight line or are we going in a circle? So he's talking about radius. I don't know why.
Because he knows. I said, what do you know? Because he said, there's a contradiction. He said, a contradiction with what? And he said, what I know to be true. And I said, what do you know to be true? And he went, I know the Earth is a sphere. And then from that point, boom, flipped at everything. So now we're on a sphere. Right? I don't think we were earlier. He was having to deal with a load of cognitive dissonance. He was in an unsure state. He didn't know what was going on. He was in aporia for most of the journey. But now, we've just got a new monad in charge.
He's gaining ground.
Yeah. Feel the power. But I mean, it's just about a water level, but it's a physics question. And a physics question that we will incorporate within the vertical horizontal perpendicularity realizing Euclid 2 level boogaloo or something like that. Wow. What's that then? Maximum distance that for an operating water level is a radius. Have you got anyone that
have I got anyone that's built a water level that's the size of the fucking Earth? No, I haven't, Bev. Okay. Is this the presentation?
No, I was after, because you said a distance. Have you got anyone that has measured that distance?
Oh, that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
No, I haven't, Bev. Is this the rest of the presentation?
No, I'm trying to get my camera working.
Okay.
I'm really struggling.
I was under the general impression that what I would be seeing here was an actual experiment.
Oh, were you?
Yeah,
it's just a proof
that's what you
from
said.
First principles. I said, didn't I?
Oh, so it's proof from cherry-picked assumptions.
No, it's proof from
it is.
Actual
That's exactly
mathematical.
what it is.
You've just denied a few of them.
No, I haven't denied any of them.
Of course you have.
You've denied principles.
I've given you
none of the principles.
Was that a no, you
projection? Yes.
I mean, that was a fairly good one too.
Yeah. Aporia reached cognitive dissonance, right? You never know what's going to happen.
Principles you said.
You've not given us anything.
None of them. I didn't disagree with any of them.
You didn't disagree with any of them. You didn't.
That's correct.
With what? What was it?
Every single principle you gave, the only criticism I gave was that it was too wordy or redundant. Every single other thing, I said, yeah, that's technically true. You are the one who has denied other principles, like that circles can be perpendicular to each other.
Right, I've heard a lot of people say that, but I think it's a bit silly.
I bet you have. Why do you think that might be?
What, I think it's a bit silly.
No, that you hear so many people say the same thing to you.
Because there's loads of people that are triggered the fuck out of this shit, and they keep injecting balls and circles into things all the time. When they're really saying perpendicular, it's just two straight lines. You're just drawing circles around them.
You might interpret their reaction as being triggered, but there's more to their response to you than just maybe elevated emotions. There's more to it.
It's a cog diss thing.
It seems to me maybe you're avoiding thinking about what else there might be involved in these interactions.
I just go with the mathematical definitions for...
Oh, right, yeah, the cherry
and
picked
the ones that I can get proofs for.
One.
Yeah, just get the ones I get proof for. Can you see my camera?
Small few ones that confirm your bias, the things that you already think are true.
Can you see my camera?
Sure can.
Okay, brilliant. We're ready to go then. Let me just bring this over here. Switch that on. Boom, is that better? Ooh, here we go. I've got one here. We like to do a bit of logic. Right line geometry.
Wow, yeah, that's really
geometry,
something, man.
The only geometry that's provable in reality.
Oh wow, yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is, right? You ready for this now?
It's striking. I go through my day-to-day life, and nobody's thinking logically.
Are they not?
No.
Doesn't surprise me. You go to Gem Pandas a lot.
Yeah, everybody that I know, like, they just kind of randomly stumble through life without thinking.
Yeah, like I say, you do go to Gem Pandas a lot.
Yeah, everyone over at Gem Pandas is kind of there's no logic to anything, yeah.
Well, if you say so.
Yeah, it's so refreshing to see you think logically.
Your friends over there. You don't seem to.
What's that?
Are they your friends?
I would not say they're my friends. I would say I have friends over there, but no, I would not say.
Do the water
generally
level first.
Speaking, that the
Do you know
people
what
at
a
Gem
water level
Pandas
is,
are
Louis?
my friends. No.
Louis, do you know what a water level is?
No, I watched this presentation you just gave. I still have no idea what a water level is.
Well, luckily enough for you, we've got one here. It's a water level.
Oh wow, yeah, that's really something.
Yep. See what happens when you do this? You move this one down.
Oh yeah, and oh wow, that's crazy. The water changes levels inside to equalize.
Yeah, it's good that, isn't it? Right.
Yeah, completely caught me off guard.
They find a level. They find their own level, don't they?
It's more like maybe
equal pressure, and then this one can come over here.
It's like maybe they're finding an equilibrium based on the forces acting on them.
This one go over here like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. You like that? So they don't look like they're on the same level, do they? But they are actually level because the water level. That's what water levels do. They equal out. No matter.
Crazy.
Now, how long do you think you could make this tube and this water level to be able to establish its own level?
Yeah, as long as you had material to make the tube.
Okay, so it could be of unlimited length, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now See the way this does this as well?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
So the water level always establishes a horizontal, right? Plane across the two.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know how water level works. And because there's 2 points... Because there's 2 points, we can... It's like drawing a line, isn't it? Straight line. At one point to another. Yeah, of course it is. This is mathematics.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. This is how you establish a straight line from one point to another. The shortest distance from here to here would be the shortest line, right?
All lines are straight, so shortest line's kind of redundant.
Now, see this. You know that test that we were showing you before?
Sure.
Don't be doing that. Piss water out. This goes... Right, this goes up here. Now, how high do you reckon this could go for this to still establish a level?
Oh, that could go up real high. Eventually what would happen is a vacuum would form at the center.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A vacuum?
Yeah.
Okay. So at what point would the vacuum occur?
I think it's at like 34 feet or something.
Okay, nice. Well done. So we do have an answer now then, right?
Okay.
Okay. Do you know why it does that? Who did you get? Shout out. Was that Gem Panda? Did he give you that?
No.
No. Who was it then?
That was just education.
Okay. So you just found it, or did you know it all along? And you just string us along?
I did. It is something that we were taught in school, but
wow.
there are a few places online that you can see it. James Burke has a series of TV episodes that are sort of documentary type things.
At the beginning, we were asking him to look at videos of this sort of stuff that Veritasium has done. Well, that's what he's talking about now. If anybody doesn't know, there is a maximum height that you can separate that body of water, but only at the center point, because you create a negative pressure state as you lift the center upwards. It becomes there's a vertical change within the water level, which is established there at that point between those two lines where the water is. Then as you lift the center tube upwards, that creates a negative pressure state, which he said creates a vacuum. It doesn't. It creates a cracking of the water to create well, like an air structure at the top to equalize the pressure states. Yeah, it equalizes. It doesn't create a vacuum. It creates an equalization, but it stops the siphoning effect from working. It creates an airlock.
Yeah, because breaking viscosity, so to speak, because too much force. Water is very strong with viscosity, but there is limit. So this is I would say
it's a maximum vertical height. That's what the question was about. This.
It was, as I remember from school, it was Pascal's discovery or development. I can't remember, but something about Pascal.
Well, it's all to do with pressure when this comes down to it. And in order for you to have an understanding of what pressure is, this is one of the things that you should be able to understand, the vertical change. But he said particularly a distance. He said 34. I've heard a different number. Anyone else want to put in a hazard a guess?
It would be my guess, but it was like 11 meters. Oh, something like that.
It's been translated to around 10 meters, but the actual height that I first heard of is 33 feet vertical change. Weird number, I know. I don't know what you make of that, but yeah, the vertical change of 33 feet and with water in a negative pressure state causes the water to level out to that particular vertical height, 33 feet, says Mike Dornan. Yeah, I'd agree. That's the thing that I've heard. Vertical. 33 feet vertically is what is considered as one atmo shape. I don't know why you have to put a shape on it, but yeah, that's what considered as a one. It's a unit, a vertical unit established by water, and it's perpendicular to the zero pressure state of the water level. Physics. It's like we said, it's a physics question. And that's why we're going to be using that within our perpendicularity realizing Euclid. Because it's a given. Everybody knows it. Interesting when you get to this point.
And it references it in there. There was I don't know, one of these famous science dudes.
Veritasium.
What?
Veritasium.
No, if he made a video on it, it would not surprise me, though.
One of these famous science dudes. So I suggest Veritasium.
So Blue Marble, science is a science dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a famous one, though. So it's a well-known, established fact that, I don't know, you say a vacuum, I'm not so sure it's called that. I'd say it reaches a negative pressure state in where cavitation occurs. And the cavitation...
I mean, it's not going to be a perfect vacuum, but...
cavitation at the negative pressure state causes an airlock to stop the water level from working, right?
Yeah, I mean, it won't stay a vacuum for very long because the water will boil at that.
Cavitate, yeah. Turn into air, causing an airlock in the center at the highest point.
That area.
Right?
Yeah.
That stops the water level from working. Yeah? So you've just answered question 1. A. Well done.
No.
Don't be telling everyone, though, right?
Well, look, if
but you
that
did very
is
well.
what you wanted the point of the question to be, you didn't make that obvious at all.
I didn't make that question. But you did well.
Bev, who made the question?
No, whoever made the question. It's a good question.
Okay, look, Bev. Okay. It doesn't matter who made it. It's the presentation you're giving, okay? And I'm telling you, if that is the point you're trying to get across, you're not asking the question in the correct way.
Go on. Help us out then. What's the better way to ask the question?
Have an introduction about exactly what we just talked about how if you have a tube like this, there's a maximum distance that the water can be drawn up the tube.
Water can be drawn up?
Yes. You could have an air pump on one end of the tube, or just a water pump on one end of the tube. Because a water pump would act the same as an air pump. But you could just have a pump on the upper end of the tube, and just the other end of the tube submerged in water. And as soon as the top end of the tube is above that 34 feet or whatever, then it's not going to be able to pull it up. No matter how powerful the pump is, it will not be able to pull the water up.
Oh, Sleeping Warrior was talking about that suction from a pump.
Yeah.
That's
why if you want to get water up that high, you have to either have a series of pumps or you have to put the pump down in the water at the bottom end.
Well, I would suggest that the theory goes that you can siphon water and get it to go up 30 odd feet before it comes back down again, right? And at that point, it stops being able to siphon with that upward.
That may be true. I don't know though.
Yeah, it's a similar thing, right? But I mean, it's water doing it of its own.
I bet you're right. I bet you're right about that. I bet you're right.
Well, I don't know whether you'd win your money or not. It's just a point of view, right? But you got the first part of the question. You've done it. You've done it. So, what we do is we get a water level, right? And it just establishes a level. Now, would you say if we were put DP here, then would this one, because you did say it's horizontal, right? It's not going to drop, is it? Like one end of these water level, no matter how long it is, cannot be lower than the one here, can it? Like this one. This one can't be higher than this one. This one can't be lower or higher than this one, right? They're both at the same even altitude.
Well, this whole thing is obviously going to where you make the water level so long that the hump in the curve of the earth becomes greater than this 34 feet, right? And then that means, well, now.
Oh no, I wasn't thinking that. But I mean, that's a good idea. Yeah, shout out Blue Marble Science and Lake Rakia. That's well said, Bluey. Well thought of. I bet Blue didn't think of that. But yeah, imagine that, Blue. Because what you're saying is you can't have that hump from level to level, right? The hump can't go above 30 odd feet, right?
Unfortunately for you, that's not true.
Is it?
If you
just said it was, though. You said people have made videos about it.
I've never said anything contrary to the point I'm making right now.
Okay, go on then.
You could you make this water level, I don't know, like 5 miles long or something, however long it needs to be. I mean, you could do it 1 mile, but the hump wouldn't be very significant. It'd be like 4 inches or something, right? So then the maximum height that these little level sections at the end of the levels could be is restricted. So if you make it 5 miles, then those can be a little bit longer, and then this whole demonstration becomes more obvious.
Okay, well, what sort of distance do you want to put on this? And
5. Just 5 miles is good.
5 miles on a water level.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Have you done the numbers?
No, we can do them quickly though. So.
This is sophistry, right? This is pure sophistry. Of somebody now imagining that they can take control of any conversation that you've ever had without knowing absolutely anything about it. Purely nothing, zilch. He knows nothing about what we're talking about now. And he's just explained it with his inability to understand, well, or to give a definite answer of the horizontal and the vertical and the perpendicular and the geometric principles of water level, horizontals being parallel. We've gone through quite a few basic principles now. And now we're talking about a water level, actual reality. This is where he's now doing numbers. I know the numbers for
then just
do 2 miles, right?
Okay, sure.
Okay. Okay, so
So
say,
if you
where's my pen gone? Yeah. This is 2 miles. Right? 2 miles end to end. The water level. The water in it levels out to be an even altitude all the way across from one end to the other.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right, now, for instance, what would happen if we took this one and we put it here? Would this be 1 mile, and it would still be level, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
But
you could put
put
this one anywhere along here, because this is the maximum length of the tube.
Right, and you're always going to be able to find level with it, and you're going to be able to see that it's the same elevation no matter where you do it.
Okay.
And that you can continue that with the tube being, hundreds of miles long.
Yeah.
Like there's no limit. Theoretically, there's no limit to how long you could make this. Unfortunately, I fear you're trying to use this as a way to show that, well, there's no curve, because if there were, they wouldn't be at the same level. And unfortunately, elevation and a straight line, just because two objects are at the same elevation, does not mean they're that if you draw a straight line, every point on that line will be at the same elevation.
Does it not?
No.
Okay. Well, like you say, we're going with this water level at the minute. This was my first one. Now, because we've gone 2 miles, they say, or like they say, I guess you have numbers, right?
Yeah. Let me.
Do you know what the? I don't know. You might get a bit tricky, because your 2 miles it can't be drop. You're not going to say there's a drop, are you?
No, it would be from the center.
Okay, so yeah, we're doing a. That's always the first one to go. And the way I like to deal with this, I don't know whether anybody's probably bored of how we do this, but it's a competition on now. He's just give up the drop in favour for the hump. There has to be a reversal. Yeah, to do the full job with this, to expose sophistry and to put people in full cognitive dissonance, you have to be able to command the conversation and get them to have the drop back again in a minute. See how well I do. Away with the drop, definitely no drop. This is an even altitude. So what we're looking for a hump, yeah?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Well, no.
Yeah.
When you,
okay.
I'm not sure.
Well,
exactly
we'll go green for the hump. Oh.
I'm not sure exactly what you meant when you said there's no drop. But
well, you've got numbers, haven't you?
No, I said I didn't have numbers. I'm saying that I can loosely figure them out quickly.
Okay, then. Well, what's your number for 2 miles? Because you have a drop number, don't you?
Yeah, from the center, I think it would just be 8 inches.
8 inches up, though, right?
No, not up. It would just be relative
to.
If you were to draw a horizontal line.
Yeah.
Like from the center.
Like that.
Yeah, if you were to draw a horizontal line from the center, this far, both of the levels would be 8 inches beneath it.
But this is a horizontal line. If you draw a horizontal line in between those two ends, then those two ends would be 8 inches below the horizontal line that you've just drawn between them too.
Yes, so if you will lower this laser, this level will drop. So you have to adjust again and again and again. So this is what he's talking about. Infinite regression.
Yeah. I really enjoy this, because this is the hump and the drop, the confusion, the contradictory nature of the model when we're just talking about a water level. It's It's a paradox that they place there for themselves. Like, but it's unsolvable. There's an impossible paradox that they put themselves under so much pressure to be able to solve. It's madness. Madness.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. And it is the one that's making the water level.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take that away there, right, for a minute. We've got the water level and it's full up with water, right? From one end to the other. Now, you you have an 8-inch, it's not an 8-inch drop here, is it? It can't be an 8-inch drop. So, if this is an even altitude, then if we put one in the middle, like this, tap one in.
Yeah.
Tap it in. Oh, I'll do it all the way up here for you, right? Now, bear in mind, I'll give you this.
Yeah, draw it even with those.
Even?
Yeah, draw it even.
So here?
Yeah.
Okay. That's where you go with, right?
Yep.
Okay, now. So, are you ready for this? Because I would say there's a massive cog diss moment coming. Aporia will be reached, or somebody will want to take a mulligan.
I wonder why he's going with even.
Yeah.
It contradicts his model. Well, but okay.
This is the first time I've seen this happen. I was thinking, like, is he doing this on purpose? Like, is he trying to be clever? But I'm not so sure.
Yeah, you don't know what's going on.
No.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's your 8 inches.
So in reality, if you were to draw a horizontal from that middle one, that line would be 8 inches higher than the water level is showing at the far ends.
But that's what we use to establish this one here.
Yeah,
So
I know.
So you're saying as soon as we put water in here, that these ones will drop?
Here's the confusing thing, because elevation is determined from your distance away from the surface. So if you've got this,
see, this is a few, like, say, it's over a year old, right? So the progression of the argument, what's happened? This could possibly be the first time anybody ever met the hump drop logical argument built from first principles, advanced simplicity, right? Nobody else has been round to come and have a look at it. It's like everybody's been given a stay away from someone. Maybe it is Louis. Maybe this is that difficult for the blue marble scientists to comprehend. Simple statements from reality. It's great though, isn't it? Like, Cogdis has got to slap him in the face in a minute, and he's got to realise. I don't think he did. I honestly don't think he knows what's going on at the moment. This is like real aporia he's going to be in.
Surface of water.
Yeah,
your
water,
elevation
is
just going to be.
Look, it's here. There.
Yeah, I understand.
There. Right?
I
can't do anything with it.
I understand that, Bev.
Okay.
If you imagine that if you put this whole experiment next to the surface or
it's not an experiment.
This
is a tool for establishing level. It's not an experiment.
Bev, just listen to me for a second.
It's an experiment. I've been doing experiments here all this time. You should be amazed at how many experiments I'm doing.
Listen to me for a second, okay? If you took
the water level's still there. I've been experimenting for years with that water level at the side of me whiteboard. So it may be a blue marble scientific experiment.
took this whole experiment and you put it into a body of water. So the water inside the tube is not mixing with the body of water surrounding it. And you just raise this whole thing up just a little bit so that it's just slightly above the surface of the water, a few inches or so.
Move it up parallel lines.
Yeah, that's fine. So the far ends, they're a couple inches above the surface of the water. The middle one's a couple inches above the surface of the water. If you then if you were able to draw a horizontal line from the center and extend it all the way out to the far ends, that line would be 8 inches higher than the level of the water that is indicated by these outer edges. By not by the body of water, not the level of the body of water.
Yeah.
But the water inside the tubes.
Can I ask, why didn't you go 8 inches above this?
Did he say what I heard or what?
He said that, but he wanted even.
Yeah.
Evenly.
And I'm asking him now, why didn't he want to draw that a bit higher in the middle? Like, what? Why did he go even? Like, it seems contradictory even to his own words. I mean, it must be awful to be in the mind of somebody like that, to have that and not be aware of you stating such a glaring contradiction. How blind must you be to it?
I mean, you have to go back 10 seconds or so. To me, it sounded like he wanted the level of the water to be in two places at once, at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's dialetheism, contradictory nature, wanting both things to be true at the same time. It's
even
amazing.
In the same end of the water level. Like, I've heard people claim that the three different ones will have different elevations depending, blah, blah, blah. But to have the level of water be at two different elevations within the same tube of the same water level at the same time, I've never heard anyone say something like that before. You have to listen to that again.
Okay, here we go then.
Horizontal line from the center and extend it all the way out to the far ends, that line would be 8 inches higher than the level of the water that is indicated by these outer edges. By not by the body of water, not the level of the body of water.
Yeah.
But the water inside the tubes.
Can I ask, why didn't you go 8 inches above this?
Because the
to
elevation.
Show that these were 8 inches down.
Because
why
the
did
elevation,
you go at the same?
Because the elevation is determined based on your distance away from the surface. And the
But he
what
said
terrible reasoning.
He said another stupid thing. If I understood him well, he was putting this water level into water. So why this middle end would rise over surface of the water? Because he, as he previously said, that it would be good to put this water level into water. So why as I remember, maybe I confused something, but he was talking about this example that we are putting this water level into water.
Yeah, I don't know why he did that. I think that was just a bit of time saver or something, or whether he imagined.
Yes, but still, why middle end would rise above, let's say, sea level? Why? So water level, water behaves the same, and it does not matter if it is in water level at all or it is in nature. So it shouldn't be above the surface of the water, but still, okay.
surface is
what
curved.
surface?
The surface of the Earth, Bev.
Oh, we wrote this one here. Elevation curvature is radius dependent. Do you like that? Is that a good logical statement?
No,
for
I
you?
don't.
Isn't that
Bev.
what you've just said?
All that means is that the size of a sphere is dependent on the radius. That's all that means.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it means the rate of curvature, obviously, as it gets bigger, the curvature changes. So the radius, as the radius extends, the curvature gets like less, or because the circle gets bigger, right? The curvature, like even imagine if it's a little tiny circle, it's like that, like this. Like this. Look at the curvature on that. Look how tight that curvature is.
Yeah, Bev, if you were
like,
if
so
you were the size...
as the radius gets bigger, look at this.
Bev,
look at this.
I'm sorry.
The curvature of these two different. They're different because the radius is different.
Bev, how much it's curving only...
I was sort of agreeing with you. And you've cut out. He has cut out for everyone. It's an important point to remember for people. The curvature of level, if globe, then the curvature of level is radius dependent. So there's a different rate of curvature. Even though you can't measure a rate of curvature, it's a ridiculous fucking statement to even make. But yeah, of course it changes. Have you ever heard about the differing curve of level? No, it's as ridiculous as the curve of level, isn't it? Impossible.
Yeah, reconnect, Lewis. I think he dropped out.
It looks like it.
Oh.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
It only it's curving more because it's...
No, you're roboting for me.
Yeah, now it's pretty bad now. Like, there's a director there, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, that's much better. Hopefully.
It only looks like it's curving more because it's smaller.
That's on a straight line at the minute.
Yeah, I know it's drawn on there like it's a straight line.
That is a
but
straight
in
line.
reality, I'm just telling you what would happen in reality.
Yeah, straight line. Horizontal.
No, you would not be
Put them
able
all
to
on
draw
the
a
same
straight
horizontal,
line.
Louis.
Bev, you would not be able to draw a straight line connecting the three levels.
What's he saying?
He's saying that you will not connect in one straight line these 3 points.
But he never said that earlier. We drew it out that they were on a straight line. He's agreed to all of the first principles of the straight line and everything. And now he's just decided that in reality, you can't have a straight line.
Yeah, because now he realized that this is contradiction, in contradiction to his model. So he has to throw out everything what he said before.
Yeah.
So throw out every concession he made.
The model's taken over. The monad. He's become possessed by the monad. Why not? You've put them all on the same straight line. That's what they establish. A horizontal.
Bev, this is a drawing.
Pardon?
I said this is a drawing.
Yeah. This is exactly how you told me to draw it.
Yeah, I wasn't drawing it based on reality.
Why not? I mean, hello, sophistry. What's going on? What was he basing it on? What a strange thing to say. That conversation we were just having, I wasn't basing that on reality.
Yes, but that would be a lie.
Yeah.
Because, obviously he wanted this even ends, even in the middle, because he thought that would be correct. So this is just a lie.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on and like why he's saying such strange things.
If we want to draw it based on reality, you'd have to create an arc.
Okay, so how do you do that? This is a water
Nice.
level. We tap one
Yeah,
in the middle. What happens?
Erase what you've got there.
Erase? Can I do? What am I doing?
You erase everything you have.
Wipe it all. For what reason?
So that you can redraw it the way it would be in reality.
It's a water level. It's already here. Water in it. Water in it.
Right. So the reason you're going to erase everything is because if you want to draw it the way I'm telling you it would be in reality, you have to erase it so you can replace it with my concept.
Oh, right. Okay. Concept drawing. Louis' concept.
Yeah. You know, I have a...
Anyone want to make a prediction?
The same thing as the science guy. I can say that. I expect that, similar to that.
I think you're going to hear a familiar chant.
I have a suspicion that because I used the word concept, you're taking weight away from it, but you should acknowledge that everything you have in your head is a concept as well.
Okay, are we going to keep
Well, you were
with
talking
the
about
two
reality.
whales?
Are we talking about reality or concept?
We were talking about reality.
Anytime people talk about what they think, it is always concept, whether it's explicit or
Louis, who are you talking about? They. This is yours. You want me to do it your way. We're doing it your way now. This is nobody else's, is it?
Your interruption for my brief response to Cleary is entirely unwarranted.
Okay. Don't forget, I'm the one that you want me to draw your concept on my whiteboard.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. And you're ready to draw now.
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to start by drawing a shallow arc from the same amount of space that the previous line took up. And just,
draw a curve.
The top of the arc should only be a couple inches or so higher than the edges of the arc on the board.
I'm drawing it like this? Or am I drawing it like this?
You're just drawing it bigger. It's just an arc,
yeah,
but it's going to be bigger than your...
Which model, please, Louis? Hump or drop?
Hump.
Hump. Okie dokie.
They're both the same model, but I understood
one's
what you
a hump
meant by
and
that.
one's a drop. They're definitely. That's why I asked you. Which one do you want me to draw?
Well, both of them would be the same.
No, one of them's the drop and the other one's the hump. That's why I asked you.
No, they would be the same. It's just saying
look,
drop means
I'll do
you're
this for you.
Yeah.
That's a drop.
Yeah. Exactly. It's just not centered.
Is that what you want? Is that what you want? That's
no, I want the one that's centered on the board.
No, they're both the same. That's the same. Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, they are both. They're both the same. One's just not centered.
Well, let's go then.
So we should just.
We'll do it
No.
like this.
They're
both the same, but that's not the same. That's not the one that he wants, because it's not the same as the other one, but it is the same.
I cannot stop laughing, so I have no comment on that. This is just comedy.
Yeah. This is the hump drop conundrum, right? The problem that they place themselves in when they say it can't be horizontal. This is what happens.
Erase that one.
He's even laughing. They're both the same. Come on.
One is centered.
No, this
Technically
one.
the same.
You said they're both the same.
Bev, you know that drawing the one that's centered is going to be easier to do.
Oh, easier for you. Yeah. Okay. So you can imagine level. Okay. Yeah, I've said this before. Yeah. We understand.
Good grief,
Everyone
man.
understands that.
Hey,
you like to think that they're the same, but they're not
you're
actually the same. We know that. We know that.
I want to tell you, this is unrelated to our discussion here, but you're a much more likable person on camera.
Thanks.
Yeah.
How about that? How's about that then? Is that a bit better? It's not the same. This is the hump model.
No, it is. Bev,
this is the hump.
the fucking same. It is
Of course it is. Listen to him, right? I don't know whether this is one of the stages of that we go through, but he's having a good time now, right? He's having a really good time laughing at the ridiculousness of the model and the position he's been put in. He's not ready for it. Not many people are ready for it, but he's having a good time, isn't he?
Yeah, he's so happy you're indulging him.
This is not the same as that other one.
Yes,
No.
it is.
Dude, no, it's not. I had to put the compass here in the centre to do this, and I had to put the compass here on this side. It's not the same circle. It can't be the same circle. It's got different centres.
Oh my god.
Okay.
It's the same. If you had an unlimited size, if your whiteboard was big enough to draw the entire circle, as long as you made the radius the same, they would be the same size circle.
It wouldn't be. It would be here or here. But this way, it's okay. This way gives you a chance to imagine horizontal actually being horizontal. I know. It's fine.
Dude. Okay.
Everyone goes to the hump.
So, like, just draw on the far ends and in the middle, draw little protrusions, little lines that are the same distance off of the arc.
A water level is what we're doing, because we're doing it in practice in water level reality. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So the tools we've
So
got
just like
is
make them an inch.
A water level.
Make all of them an inch, just for consistency. Make all of them one real life inch.
Like, okay. So we've got a water level there and a water level there. Now, what sort of distance have we got? Is that an inch? Is that big enough for you?
That's good. That's good. And then draw a third one in the middle.
Up here or down here?
Yeah, up there,
on the curve.
I'll
tell you what I'll do, just to give you it. It will go like this.
No, Beth.
Yeah.
Draw it the same size.
What we do is we do this and we go like this.
No.
And we just put water in it.
Right.
Tell me where you want me to fill the water up. I'll put some water in it here.
No, god damn it.
See, he's doing his laughing again. Don't know what he wants to imagine.
Yes, because this middle has to be inside of the earth. So that's why he's laughing.
But like we just gone over before, this pressure lock stops the water level from working if it gets higher. Strange, isn't it? Put some water in it here.
No, this is not what I want.
Where does this go? Where does the water?
No,
when we fill the water up here,
Bev,
here,
stop it. Listen
where
to me.
does the
You're
water
ignoring
go?
me. Bev, you're ignoring me.
It
Draw
gives
the
everybody free
middle
rein to
one
do
the
whatever they
same
want.
size as the outer ones and draw it on the curve. Draw it on the curve, Bev.
It is on the curve. You can choose how
Bev,
much water you put in
Bev,
it.
you know exactly what I'm asking for.
Yeah. Where does the water? When we put water in here, where does the water
you
go
cannot
here?
be doing
Come on,
this,
Louis.
man.
Tell us.
Draw it
Do
on the
here.
curve.
Yeah, I'll go like
No.
this.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Guys.
where I think. Where
Guys
do
in
you
the room,
think
you
the
know what I'm
water would go,
asking
Louis?
for here.
We know you've never done it.
No, Bev,
So
draw
where
it
do
on
you
the curve.
where do you think,
Draw
or
it
where
the
do your
same
friends tell you the
size.
water goes?
Bev, draw it the same size on the curve.
But okay.
That is what I am asking.
Wow. Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you. It is epic. Yeah. Shout out, Louis. Thank you very much, Mike.
Asking for.
Okay, here. You want the water level here?
Yes.
Okay. Easy, like this. Dead easy.
Is that a
my
hill?
gosh, no, Beth.
Is this a hill
The
we're looking at?
entire instrument. The entire portion of the instrument needs to be up on the arc. It needs to follow the arc.
It is.
No, it's not.
Oh. Can we could do this though. How about this? Whoop. Whoop. How about we go like this? Ooh.
What?
How about we go like that with our tube? It's a water level, isn't it? I mean, as long as this bit here doesn't get 30 odd feet
You know
above
what
it,
I'm
it still
asking
works.
for, man. Just draw what I'm asking for.
That's a really good point right there, Bev. Did you catch that, Lewis?
Put 0 at the top, maybe 33 feet.
Mm-hmm.
What?
On
Yeah.
the side.
How far have we gone here, Louis? How far have we gone?
Draw it the way I'm
How
asking.
far have we gone, Louis? What distance between here and here?
This drawing is not representative of what I'm trying to get across.
This is a brilliant experiment for you, Louis.
I
mean, look at it. How can that not be like a blue marble science experiment? Louis and his hill. Water level on a hill. The one thing that you can't get away from is that vertical rise of 33 feet of the water level established from the plane of the water, which would be parallel to the plane of the horizon at the same time. It's amazing. Reality. I think you should get Jem to help you with his super chats to sort this.
We should call
experiment
this the
out.
Louis.
Yeah, this is the Louis. The Louis.
Ev, this is not what I'm trying to get across. This is not what I'm trying to depict.
Louis, just remember, we're not laughing at you. We're just laughing at the fact you're trying to make a horizontal line arc.
Rakia, I'm not trying to laugh at you either.
Okay, but you're trying to tell him to put a horizontal line as an arc.
Rakia, he told me he was going to draw this thing the way I wanted, and he's not.
You agreed that the water level was a horizontal line. Now you're trying to arc it, sir.
Rakia, this isn't about
That's where you
the
wanted the
definitions
water
that I
level,
agree
right?
were technically correct. This is about the depiction of reality that I wanted.
It's about the depiction of reality that he wanted to portray. I mean, look at it. Isn't that a fine example of reality? You put a hump there and everything. Put a hill.
Him to draw because what he drew before was not what I considered a depiction of reality.
Yeah.
Hey, carry on. I'm enjoying it.
Are you saying in your concept this wouldn't work like this?
I'm saying that this picture you've drawn is not representative of what I am trying to get across.
Would the water level not follow this curve of yours?
What I'm saying, Bev, the picture you've drawn is not what I have in my head.
Wow. Well, I'm never going to be able to do that, dude. You can't.
Yes, you are. You almost
do a drawing.
did it.
You do
almost
your
did
drawing.
it. Bev, you almost fucking did it.
What do you mean almost?
You stopped. You chose to draw it this way.
What's he talking about? Going back over these things is amazing.
It's hilarious. But you've done what he asked. He asked you to put the water level on the curve. You've done it. What's the problem?
He thinks that the whole tool needs to be on the curve, but it's just the water level, right? Not the entire tool or where the piping goes or anything. He doesn't understand, I don't think. I don't know whether most people do realise that it is literally the level of the water within the tube that we're talking about. The tube is just a container. It's the water does it on its own.
So this tube has a greater hump than this arc. So he should be even more happy. I don't know why he's objecting. This hump is bigger than he requested. I don't know why he's objecting.
It is amazing that, you know, like he's been laughing along as though it's a joke. But I mean, is it really a joke? I bet at some point it's got to become serious. If you've got an exploded logical system going around in your head, it's not going to be fun for very long. Don't know how many years you can live with that sort of messed up mind. I don't know what occurs a couple of years after laughing about something like this. Yeah, because the water level follows the curve.
Bev,
It's exactly
Bev,
what you wanted.
Bev, okay, I've got a yes or no question for you. Are you trying to accurately represent what I'm trying to get across?
You want the water level to be
That
here,
was a
here,
yes or no question,
and here.
Bev.
This is all that matters, Louis. It's the only thing that matters with a water level.
Okay, so
is where
my
the level
point of view,
of the
Bev,
fucking water
listen
is.
to me. Listen to me. You're telling me that what I'm trying to get across does not matter?
No, I'm trying to tell you, do you think the water level
Bev,
is the important thing in these
Bev,
water levels?
Shut up.
Or do you not
I'm
think
gonna
the water
leave if
level's
you don't
got
let me get
anything
this
to do
out.
with it?
Bev, this conversation is approaching the point of being pointless. All right.
It says Louis. Says Louis. It's approaching the point of being useless. Says a guy that said nothing.
He had serious voice.
Yeah.
That, yes.
He means he's going to go. I'm going to go home.
Right.
I think
We
it's
got
it's
to
already
this
been there
position.
right from the
We
beginning,
got-
Louis. From the
We got
moment
to
you
this
came in,
position.
mate.
All right. Are you just not going to let me talk now? Okay. Thank you. We got to this position right here because the drawing you had on there first was not what I agreed to. It's not. I didn't think that was an accurate representation of reality. And you said that. Well, why did you have me draw it this way? And that's because I wasn't thinking about it being accurate. I just wanted to focus on certain elements of it that technically would be accurate.
Okay.
And
do you hear that? So that's an omission, right? He has literally told you everything there. He initially went along with the other ones because they technically would be correct, as in the water level produces a horizontal. All horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon makes it a straight line. From then on in, he's doing this.
He wanted not technically but fantastically,
Yeah.
and you didn't fulfill his request fully.
Yeah, we strayed from reality, which is the one that I know, obviously, the first one that we started with, and then went to what Louis imagined that he would do. But I couldn't fulfill his request because I can't imagine what he's imagining is possible for a water level to do something that it obviously doesn't do in reality. It only occurs in Louis's mind, but obviously, as we've seen, Louis doesn't know what's going on in his own mind. He doesn't know how to portray it to anyone. It's his skills of grammar, logic, or rhetoric. One of those is lacking because I can't make any sense out of what he's saying. To step out of reality and go somewhere else. That's not logical, but he's done that.
And so then you said, okay, well, let's draw it the way it should be in reality. And so that's why we're here. And I'm telling you,
it was
the drawing
reality
you have
drawn
made,
just before, Louis. You
Bev,
said scrub that reality.
Bev, I'm going to leave.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
The drawing
Was
you
it
have
this?
made here
Was it this bit that
is
triggered
not
you?
Bev. Let me
Was
finish
it
the
this, Louis?
statement. Are you going to let me finish this statement?
Well, go on then. Monologue.
The drawing you have made here is not what I asked you to do.
Now, what's important about these water levels?
No,
Louis?
Bev, okay, yes or no? Are you going to draw
Did
what
the
I
wrong
want
colour?
you to draw?
Is it the wrong colour?
I've enjoyed most of this conversation so far. I'm just gonna leave.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll talk to you later.
You nearly got there, Louis. Nearly got there. What do you reckon it was, guys?
Dang it.
Well, the limit right there is it's going to be horizontal below the limit.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, but as a matter of fact, right, since he's gone, he wants the water level to be following this, and the water level is following the curve. So what do you think he wanted that isn't in this drawing?
Curving water.
But it is. Water level's coming all the way up there. It's
Well,
just I think what this shows is how ridiculous this bit is. He wanted this to go like that with a little tiny bit there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. Shout out Blue Marble Science and Rickiers Lake. He has a 90-foot... Have you ever thought about that one? A 90-foot skyscraper or something. Hump in the middle. Didn't he?
Yeah, so it would make him happy if this hump would be hidden or invisible in the curve.
Yeah.
Then he would be happy. But this on larger scale, this middle part with this very high body of water is blatant. So in comparison to these tiny two ends on right and left side, so it is glaring that something is not right. But if you put this on this curve with tiny three little ends, that would make him happy. But situation would be, of course, the same.
Well, it would be ridiculous according to the 33-foot hump that we talked of in the first place. So at least this way you get around the fact that you've got a 33-foot hump. But if you do it the other way, you would bring into play the 33-foot hump. It would stop working.
It wouldn't work even on your drawing, because this tube, this water in this tube, middle tube, will disrupt if it were above 33 in vertical.
Yeah, because it would level out. It wouldn't be there on that one. I only drew it there because he wanted me to draw it. There's an extra hump in the middle. It's an impossible thing. The water would level out. It would all go flying out of the sides. In reality, that one. That was only drew because Louis wanted me to draw it all the way up there. It never happened. But that I literally called that the right on the level right line cognitive dissonance test, and I think it showed. You definitely got a chance to see Louis' cognitive dissonance, cogdis, and in the end, what he had to do was run away, go away. He had to leave, and then from then on. I mean, although he was laughing and joking in there as he was saying all of that sort of stuff, that was maybe a year or so ago. Can you imagine what Louis dealt with and how he managed to take that away? What he's imagined he's done and where he's progressed within that, within the thought process. He's over there at the Blue Marble Science Discord arena, HQ of the Blue Marble Scientists. I don't think this sort of conversation helped him within his logical understanding or how to understand logic. I always consider the discovering logic and the group of people that we have here as one of the major steps in my learning process. So I'd like to thank everyone for all of that sort of stuff. It has been and will continue to be amazing, the learning progress. But I'm not so sure Louis prepared or even told to other people how to go through this procedure of these basic mathematical axioms in reality.
I would say that you cannot learn without logic. So if someone is defying logic, like Louis, so it is impossible to learn. So if he is refusing to use logic in process of learning, it means that he will never learn.
We do actually have a thing over at that university course to go on for a philosophy. Be quite good for anyone if I'll start putting the link in the Discord if anybody's interested in it. Good fun for all of this sort of stuff. These thinking processes. I mean, we don't just delve into the water level because that's a particular topic that we're interested in. We just use the water level and the geometry and the links to reality to show people that logic does have a place in reality, an obvious place. And you can use geometry within that logical structure in reality also. It's as provable in reality as anything, really. It's probably one of the best ways to prove a logical structure into reality. We call these tests the realizing Euclid tests, but it's realizing logical processes within reality, which everybody already knows. Some people seem to fight against it, though. I mean, we are in a strange place. 2023. Look at the start of the year. 2 months in, if that. Some crazy times we're in. What time is it? Getting late. Anybody got any final words? It's been good going over this. There was a video that I wanted to go over, and I think it's a little bit more down the lines of Euclid anyway for tomorrow. Bit more geometric. It's gonna be good. Has anybody got any final words? Maybe not.
It was fun and comedy at the end, so more fun.
They were fun times back in those days. But it is more like now. They've learned what conversations to not have, so you don't end up in that state of cognitive dissonance. I'd say just go and have a chat with people. Sorry, go on.
No, just it. But I think you are right. This is one thing they could learn, because, of course, they have to learn with logic. So logical conclusion that they have to use better sophistry. So this is only thing they can learn. But still, I think it is a limit. You cannot learn sophistry without limit. There is a limit of it. So you cannot pass certain point with the sophistry.
Yeah, it becomes hard, particularly for the misologists, right? These people that hate logic, to employ solely sophistry without any logic. If you hate the logic, then more often than not, you will be exposed as a sophist, because a sophist without any logic is easily exposed.
Yeah, so I would say that he would be considered as idiot, because from, as even Napoleon said, from greatness to ridiculousness, this is one step. So without any logic, it would be just ridiculous. To make this pure sophistry, you cannot. It is comedy. It would be just comedy.
Yeah, shout out Wally. That's where we're at. 2023. Blue Marble sophistry being exposed on the level. I'll see you tomorrow. Will be a good day today. Tomorrow. 5 laws of globe from St. Rumpus. We'll be going over that. See ya.
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a 5-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
3 coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Bend your into math. There's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's really flat and level now.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well? You seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Burn right to the ground in pieces. But from the ashes come.
Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
Bend your into math. There's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No. Okay, I'm going to bed. All right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree. Level's horizontal. All
Sweet.
Right,
true level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that.